The State Department is proposing requiring applicants for business and tourist visas to post a bond of up to $15,000 to enter the United States, a move that may make the process unaffordable for many. In a notice to be published in the Federal Register, the department said that it would start a 12-month pilot program under which people from countries deemed to have high overstay rates and deficient internal document security controls could be required to post bonds of $5,000, $10,000 and $15,000 when they apply for a visa. Netanyahu's government voted to fire Attorney General Gali Baharav Maira, who is prosecuting him for corruption. The Supreme Court has blocked the firing for now, and a ruling is pending. Alright, let's get to some other news. After weeks of a deadly conflict, Thailand and Cambodia have begun preliminary talks in Malaysia, paving the way for a high-level ministerial meeting set for Thursday. Here's a detailed report.
After weeks of deadly border conflict, a conflict that killed dozens and displaced over 260,000 people, after each side blaming the other for starting the armed clashes, Thailand and Cambodia agreed to a ceasefire mediated by Malaysia, China and the US. Thai and Cambodian officials met in Malaysia on Monday for the first round of cross-border committee talks since a tense ceasefire. The 4-day General Border Committee meetings were initially due to be hosted by Cambodia, but both sides later agreed to a neutral venue in Malaysia. The talks focused on ironing out details to avoid further clashes. The decades-long competing territorial claims over the pockets of land near the shared border were not on the agenda. Defense ministers from both the countries are expected to convene a General Border Committee meeting again on Thursday to address ways to uphold the ceasefire.
Yang hadir kedua negara lebih kurang 40 hingga 54 orang yang diketuai oleh Menteri Pertahanan masing-masing dan juga turut dihadiri oleh CDF PAT masing-masing, Pasukan Angkatan Terrorism masing-masing. Dan pada hari ini saya berpeluang berjumpa dengan ketua delegasi untuk working group kedua-dua negara, Thailand dan Cambodia.
The ceasefire also followed economic pressure from US President Donald Trump. Trump had warned the two nations that US would not conclude trade deals with them if the infighting persisted. Same as to what he claimed during the India-Pakistan conflict. Washington lowered tariffs on goods from Thailand and Cambodia from 36% to 19% following the truce.
News from the world of business. The BEML on Monday signed a memorandum of understanding with the TUTR Hyperloop, a deep tech startup incubated at IIT Madras, to co-develop India's first indigenously designed Hyperloop transportation system. Indian Oil Corp, the country's top oil refiner, has brought 7 million barrels of September arrival crude from the United States, Canada and the Middle East via a tender. This comes amidst Donald Trump's tariff pressure. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, that is the SEBI, proposed relaxations for related party transactions, including disclosure norms and a turnover-based framework to determine materiality. For entities with the turnover up to 20,000 crore rupees, a transaction will be considered material if it exceeds 10% of the annual consolidated turnover. In the case of entities with turnover between 20,001 crore rupees and 40,000 crore rupees, the threshold should be 2,000 crore rupees plus 5% of the turnover exceeding 20,000 crore rupees. India has reported a 65% jump in overall Grade A green certified office stock across top 7 cities in the country since 2019, as developers are increasingly constructing LEED, IGBC or Griha certified stock to stay in sync with the demand. The centre has detected goods and services tax evasion of about 7.08 lakh crore rupees in the last 5 years, including input tax credit fraud of 1.79 lakh crore rupees. The Finance Ministry informed the Lok Sabha. Of the total GST evasion between FY21 and FY25, 1.29 lakh crore rupees tax has been voluntarily paid by the taxpayers. Minister of State for Finance Pankaj Chaudhary told the Lok Sabha. ULD Services and Cargo Control Product Package Service provider ACL Air Shop on Monday announced a strategic pact with the domestic carrier Indigo for standardized pallet management and logistics services. And viewers, all the action now from the world of sports in Sports Wrap. India's thrilling 6-run victory over England in the 5th Test at the Oval not only helped them draw the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy 2-all, but also gave their ICC World Test Championship 2025-27 campaign a much-needed lift. With this result, India climbed to the 3rd place in the WTC standing, having earned 28 points from 5 matches, with a points percentage of 46.67. Mohammad Siraj produced a spell for ages at the Oval with a 5-wicket haul, which helped India register a sensational 6-run win and level the series 2-all. After the disappointment of dropping a catch, the Indian pacer bounced back with grit, bowling his heart out to complete a fiery 5-wicket haul. Mohammad Siraj's super show with the ball in the 5-match series between India and England earned him big praise from England's Test captain Ben Stokes. While speaking during the post-match presentation ceremony at the Oval following the conclusion of the 5th India-England Test, the legendary all-rounder said that he has great respect for Siraj. Following India's 6-run win at the Oval, former England spinner Monty Panesar lauded their grit and described the series as the most exciting Test contest since the iconic 2005 Ashes between England and Australia, regarded as best in Ashes history. He delivered a fiery 5-wicket haul as India produced a sensational 4-wicket burst on a nerve-shredding final morning at the Oval. This is the first big test for this young Indian side after the retirement of Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Former England cricketer David Lloyd opined that if there were the experience of those two in the side, the outcomes might have been different. A bowler of Mohammad Siraj's caliber and skill set is every captain's dream, feels Indian captain Shubman Gill, terming the 2-all scoreline as a fair reflection of the quality of cricket that was on display in the 5-test series against England. The legendary Sachin Tendulkar led the way as Indian cricket fraternity lavished praise on the Shubman Gill team after the stunning win in the 5th Test against England, which helped them square the 5-match series. Mohammad Siraj finished the series with 23 wickets, the highest across both teams. Hockey India named the 24-member men's team for the 4-match tour of Australia scheduled from 15th of August to 21st of August in Perth. This will be an exposure tour ahead of the all-important Asia Cup that will be held in Bihar from 29th of August, which is a World Cup qualifier. The team, led by ace drag flicker and defender Harmanpreet Singh, will leave for Australia on 8th of August from Bengaluru. We are taking a very short break. Coming up ahead, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair the NDA parliamentary meet ahead of the monsoon session today. Also, Enforcement Directorate summons Anil Ambani, asks him to appear at the headquarters for questioning.
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर. कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश.
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, welcome to the show live this morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Well, who does not like hearing good news first thing in the morning? Similarly, when someone asks thoughtful questions and shows they care about us, it feels just as good. And that question is, did you sleep well? So tell me, did you sleep well? And do not forget to ask your loved ones the same question. It will surely brighten their day. It's time for the headline. Viewers, top headlines. Within 90 minutes of Trump's tariff threat, Modi government puts out a strong response. MEA statement calls out US hypocrisy, says Trump administration continues trade with Russia. India puts national interest first. Government says trade with Russia to continue. External Affairs Minister says collective desire to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. Prime Minister to chair NDA parliamentary meet amid ongoing monsoon session. ED summons Anil Ambani, asks him to appear at headquarters for questioning. Sixth anniversary of abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. NC Congress PDP to observe Flag Day. One year since Hasina's ouster, Bangladesh interim government to unveil July declaration. Viewers, tensions have sharply escalated between India and the United States following critical remarks by US President Donald Trump over India's oil imports from Russia. The controversy, rooted in energy trade dynamics amid the ongoing Ukraine conflict, has drawn strong responses from both the sides, with India firmly defending its policy decisions and exposing what it terms as Western double standards. Here's more to the story.
Tensions have escalated between India and the United States over the oil imports from Russia, with strong words exchanged on both sides.
In a scathing post on social media, US President Donald Trump accused India of purchasing massive quantities of Russian oil and then reselling it on the open market for profit. Trump wrote, "India doesn't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by a Russian war machine." Citing this, Trump announced that he will be substantially raising tariffs on Indian goods entering the United States. In response, the government of India issued a firm statement rejecting the allegations and defending its trade policies. India clarified that its imports from Russia began only after traditional energy supplies were diverted to Europe due to the Ukraine conflict, a move initially supported by the US to stabilize global energy markets. India further asserted that its imports are purely driven by the national interest, ensuring affordable and predictable energy for its citizens, unlike the nations now leveling accusations. The statement pointed out that the European Union had a bilateral trade of 67.5 billion euros with Russia in 2024, along with 17.2 billion euros in services the year prior, far exceeding India's total trade with Moscow. India also noted that US imports from Russia continue in sensitive sectors including uranium for nuclear power, palladium for electric vehicles, and a range of chemicals and fertilizers. Calling the criticism hypocritical and unjustified, the government concluded that India will take all necessary steps to safeguard its national interests and economic security.
Getting some updates coming in right now. 5 Bangladeshi illegal immigrants held in Delhi Delhi police say that on Monday they have arrested 5 Bangladeshi illegal immigrants and launched an investigation. All of them are illegal immigrants, adding that they had tried to forcibly enter the Red Fort premises. The age of all of these immigrants is around 20 to 25 years of age, and they work as laborers in Delhi. Police have recovered some Bangladeshi documents from them. Currently, they are being interrogated, police said. Meanwhile, the Gurugram police on Saturday detained 10 Bangladeshi nationals who were found to be living illegally in the city, according to police officials. Identification documents recovered from them confirmed their Bangladeshi nationality. Sandeep Kumar, PRO of Gurugram Police, says earlier 10 illegal Bangladeshi immigrants have been detained. Bangladeshi documents have been recovered from them, and the process to deport them has now begun. That is right, viewers. So 5 Bangladeshi immigrants have now been held, and I just really want to go ahead to Akhil. Akhil, why were these immigrants trying to enter the Red Fort?
Well, if you see at this point in time, there's a lot of security arrangements being prepared at the Red Fort premises, seeing the circumstances of 15th August, that is Independence Day. So what we have seen is development that 5 illegal Bangladeshis were immigrants who were trying into the premises of Red Fort were held by the Delhi police team this very early morning. And in this case, what we have seen that all those 5 Bangladeshis are in the age group of 20 to 25. So the Delhi police have also recovered some Bangladeshi documents from them. So right now the case is being investigated by the Delhi police, that who are they and why exactly they wanted to enter into the premises of Red Fort. Because if you see the security arrangements due to the Independence Day celebration is already on, and in connection with the case, what we have been seeing that the vigilant Delhi police team has basically find out that there were 5 persons who were trying to enter into the premises of the Red Fort, in which they have arrested five illegal Bangladeshis, persons with illegal documents. And after the identification process through the FRRO process, what we have learned that they will be sent back to Bangladesh.
Right. Okay, thank you for getting those details. Thank you, Akil, for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more on the story. I really have to move ahead right now, viewers. As we keep getting our viewers more updates, we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go ahead to the next set of breaking updates that we are getting for our viewers, where Russia has slammed U.S. sanctions and tariff wars. This is coming in as they're saying that no tariff wars or sanctions can halt natural course of history. Russia's foreign ministry spokeswoman has responded sharply to the sanctions and restrictions being imposed by Washington, which have impacted countries across the world, and called it neo-colonial agenda. She said that politically motivated economic pressure was being put out on those who choose an independent course on the international stage. Now, Russia, as a spokeswoman, has said and made these remarks responding to a media query regarding the tightening of tariffs for the U.S. administration. When asked how Russia views Washington's policy of increasing tariff barriers against the key foreign policy partners in Global South, she said, sanctions and restrictions have unfortunately become a defining feature of the current historical period, impacting countries across the globe, unable to accept the erosion of its dominance in an emerging multipolar international order. Washington continues to pursue a new colonial agenda, employing politically motivated economic pressure against those who choose an independent course on the international stage. A foreign ministry spokesperson further said that this approach runs counter to the very principles of free trade once championed by Western nations. Instead, we now witness politically driven protectionism and the arbitrary imposition of tariff barriers. So, huge update coming in here on Republic TV, viewers, where we are telling you what Russia has said. Russia says sanctions will not stop the global shift. Coming the backdrop of the tariff war, where Trump has threatened to raise tariffs to punish India for buying oil from Russia. And New Delhi, remember, already we have seen so many responses coming in from India as well, where India has responded to the White House, and now we see that Russia has also responded to the White House on the tariffs. Back-to-back is coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV, and remember, the tariff war is getting more and more intense, with tensions escalating between US and other countries, especially India and Russia, viewers. Already India has given a very strong response to Washington. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. 6 years ago, on August 5th, PM Modi government announced a huge decision, a decision that changed the politics, ground reality, and a lot more in Jammu and Kashmir. Article 370, a major roadblock in the way of getting Jammu and Kashmir in the mainstream, was abrogated. Some say there will be river of blood if Article 370 is abrogated. Some said it will trigger riots. But the frustrated, tension-torn civilians of Jammu and Kashmir proved them wrong. While there are multiple issues that are currently being worked on, a lot has changed in the last 6 years. In this edition of Looking Forward, we delve into the immediate, burning political issues in the Union Territory.
मुझे क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाने से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार। मेरे पति का बच्चा लो। हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं, अरे नहीं हम लोग, अरे हम लोग फौज है, हम लोग बैठो हम लोग फौज है, बैठो मेरे बच्चे को अरे हम लोग फौज है। and punish every terrorist and their backers.
Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir has witnessed some crucial moments in the last few months. India's enemy tried to break the spirit.
We are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different, our customs are different, our traditions are different, our thoughts are different.
पाकिस्तान ने कश्मीर के मेहनतकश लोगों की कमाई को रोकना था, इसलिए पाकिस्तान ने टूरिस्ट पर हमला किया। वो टूरिज्म जो बीते 4-5 साल में लगातार बढ़ रहा था,
But Jammu and Kashmir bounced back.
This is one of the most famous tourist spots. Tourists who come from within the country and also from across the country. But here you see the Shikara rides are right now functioning. As you can see, people from many states of India have come in and they are relishing this moment. This is their own country, part of their own country, which they want to enjoy. They had booked their tickets and they booked a vacation with their family, and all around us, in fact, we see that there are tourists from many other places.
A strong-willed government at the forefront and the spirit of Kashmiris showed that India will not give in to terror blackmail. In his first visit after the Pahalgam attack, Prime Minister inaugurated world's highest railway arc bridge, the Chenab Bridge. On August 5, J&K will mark the 6th anniversary of abrogation of Article 370. Moving aggressively on its way to normalcy, Jammu and Kashmir is staring at multiple issues, terrorism being the primary one.
कश्मीर में क्या बदलाव आया धारा 370 समाप्त होने के बाद? वहां स्टोन पेल्टिंग के इंसिडेंट्स जो 4 साल में 2010 से 2014 में 2654 थे, आज 0 है, 0। लास्ट 3 इयर्स 0। आर्टिकल उसी तरीके से वैली लगभग साल में 132 दिन बंद रहती थी, आज पिछले 3 सालों से एक भी दिन वैली बंद नहीं हुई है, एक भी दिन वैली बंद नहीं।
Pahalgam attack did shake the soul of Jammu and Kashmir. But there has been a relentless movement of joint forces against terrorism. Terrorists and their aides are in a state of panic. Ahead of the 6th anniversary, another issue that's hot in Jammu and Kashmir is the issue of statehood.
मुझे क्या इन 26 लोगों के मरने की इतनी कम कदर है कि मैं अब मरकज से जाके कहूंगा ना चलो 26 लोग मर गए, अब मुझे स्टेटहुड दे दो। स्टेटहुड की बात हमने पहले भी की, आगे भी करेंगे।
National Conference President Farooq Abdullah has announced a hunger strike on August 9th over his demand of statehood.
हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं इसके लिए, कब हमने बात बंद की है? उमर जब भी वजीर आजम से मिला, हर वक्त इस मुद्दे को उठाया उनके साथ, वो भी जानते हैं।
Congress is also keen on picking up the issue to revive its existence in the Union territory.
We want to reinstate the status of statehood of Jammu Kashmir. That is why these people came from Jammu Kashmir, different parts of Jammu Kashmir. They came with very great difficulty. Indian National Congress solidly stand with the people of Jammu Kashmir for this cause.
Since the abrogation of Article 370, Jammu and Kashmir saw elections taking place, tourism flourishing, new bridges being built, and Tiranga unfurling at Lal Chowk. Statehood might not be a far-fetched goal.
साउथ कश्मीर हो, नॉर्थ कश्मीर हो, जम्मू सूबा के तीनों रीजन्स हो, कश्मीर के तीनों रीजन हो, सब इस बात पर सहमत है कि स्टेट होना ज़रूरी है। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और गृह मंत्री जी ने सदन में ही बताया है कि स्टेटहुड मिलेगी।
In the coming week, opposition plans protests over the issue. While CM Omar is hopeful to get an assurance during the ongoing monsoon session, Congress has announced a 3-week campaign in August. J&K Congress President has declared to observe August 5 as a Black Day and begin a chain hunger strike from August 9th to August 21st. Another issue that will define Naya Kashmir is the transformation on ground. The youth of Kashmir is clinging on to hope and leaving the stone pelter tag.
2016 की बात आई, 2016 में बुरहानवानी का दौर चल रहा था, तो सब लोग घरों से निकल आ रहे थे, तो हम भी निकल आ रहे थे। देखो मेरी भी टीन एज चल रही थी उस टाइम, 2016 में मेरी टीन एज चल रही थी, तो मैं स्टोन पेल्टिंग कर रहा था। अब लोगों को पता चला ये अच्छा रास्ता नहीं है, ये गलत रास्ता है। बिल्कुल ट्रैप अच्छा नहीं था, जो आज का ट्रैप है वो बहुत अच्छा है। लोग आराम से जी रहे हैं, अपना काम काज कर रहे हैं, अपना बिजनेस कर रहे हैं।
The people of Jammu and Kashmir are choosing tourism over terrorism.
हम देशवासियों को कहेंगे, बिहार वासियों को कहेंगे, आइए जम्मू कश्मीर घूमिए, बहुत सुंदर रहा, बहुत सुंदर है। वो डर नहीं है जो पहले भय तुरंत कर दिए थे आतंकी, वो ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। जो लोग कह रहे थे पहलगाम जाने से, कश्मीर जाने से मन आतंकियों का, वो माहौल नहीं है, माहौल बहुत बदला हुआ है।
वाकई कुछ नहीं है, सब लोग आओ, इंडियन आर्मी में भरोसा रखो, कुछ नहीं है, सब ठीक हो जाएगा। इंडियन आर्मी जब तक है कुछ नहीं होगा।
The Chief Minister himself is not hesitating to seek inspiration from other states. A stable economy, a purposeful youth, and an unstoppable development. If this is not the path to normalcy, then what is it? The naysayers continue their agenda.
इंटरनली आप देखते हैं जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात को। पहलगाम का इतना बड़ा हादसा हो गया जिसमें इतने हमारे मासूम शहरी मारे गए। पिछले 6 साल से यूएपीए हो, पीएसए हो, रोज़ छापे, रोज़ लोगों को बंद करना, जेलों में हमारे हज़ारों के तादाद में लोग बंद हैं, मगर उसके बावजूद भी जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात पहले से बदतर हो गए हैं।
Because a political party had an agenda which was to abrogate Article 370 doesn't mean it is correct. Merely because a political party gets a brute majority, what they have done is they have basically destroyed Jammu and Kashmir. And in 6 years, the BJP has been ruling Jammu and Kashmir. They are ruling through a proxy which is called as Lieutenant Governor.
नशा दब के यहाँ पे बिक रहा है, और रियासत के 2 टुकड़े करना, 2 यूटियाँ बनाना, और जम्मू कश्मीर का अवाम दुखी है क्योंकि यहाँ पे 2 पावर सेंटर होने के कारण जम्मू कश्मीर के अवाम को सुख नहीं मिल रहा। यहाँ के लोगों की दिक्कतें बढ़ रही हैं। जम्मू की अगर बात करें तो टूरिज़्म कोई ऐसा सेंटर नहीं बना कि जो इसके लिए बढ़ पाए और पर्यटक ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा यहाँ पे आ सकें। मिलिटेंसी जिसके आड़ में इन्होंने रियासत के 2 टुकड़े के लिए पहलगाम का हादसा आप लोगों के सामने चुका देने वाला हादसा यहाँ पे है।
They doubt the development of Kashmir but are ready to extend a hand to Pakistan. The Aman Ki Asha Brigade wants to play cricket with the terror nation.
खेलकूद होना चाहिए। अगर आप चाहते हैं शांति से रहो, अगर आप चाहते हैं कि हम अपना पैसा सारा जंग में खर्च ना करें, बेरोजगारी दूर करें, गरीबी दूर करें, तो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता आपको सिचुएशन को नॉर्मलाइज करना पड़ेगा और खेलकूद उसमें सबसे अच्छी चीज़ है।
On the 6th anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, Jammu and Kashmir now looks forward to establish its own new normal.
It's the kind of story that shakes the conscience of a nation. For 17 years, she carried the weight of an accusation that shattered her life. She claims she was tortured, targeted, silenced, but not anymore. Today, Sadhvi Pragya speaks out, unfiltered and unafraid and unforgiving. Explosive revelation and a damning indictment of the very officers who were meant to uphold the law. A terror case that may have been nothing but a political script. Here's the story.
17 years, endless torture, and finally a fight won. Not just acquitted, Sadhvi Pragya has come out as a survivor of a political witch hunt, and now she's not staying silent anymore. Sadhvi Pragya unleashed a torrent of truth, accusing Parambir Singh of orchestrating a terror hoax to push a saffron terror narrative. She wasn't just arrested, she was hunted, tortured, and tormented. What you're about to hear is horrific to say the least. Listen in.
बार बार ये कहा है, बहुत ही निकृष्ट, बहुत ही अदम व्यक्ति है परमबीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं। अकेले परमबीर सिंह ने नहीं, पूरे एटीएस के अधिकारियों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, पुरुषों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है उन्होंने। मुझे गैर कानूनी 13 दिन तक रखा और 11 दिन की कस्टडी, इस प्रकार से मैं 24 दिनों तक पुलिस कस्टडी में रही और प्रताड़नाएं झेलती रही एटीएस की।
13 days of illegal detention, no warrant, no charges, just torture. Sadhvi Pragya claims Parambir Singh unleashed brutality to frame her, and she wasn't alone. Colonel Purohit was allegedly beaten, broken, and brutalized. Republic now reveals his handwritten letter, a document of pain, power abuse, and pure evil that he wrote to the NHRC in 2015. He was punched, kicked, his private parts were twisted. That was Parambir's torture cell. 10 years later, the letter screams the truth they tried to bury, and Parambir Singh continues to maintain a haunting silence.
Did you work to serve political agenda? Parambir Singh, did you work to serve political agenda? Why you didn't appear in court? Despite several summons, Parambir Singh, here is the Parambir Singh. This is Parambir Singh. Why are you running from Republic question? Parambir Singh, why are you running from the Republic question? What is your answer? What are you trying to hide? Why did you not appear before the court during trial? Did you work to serve political agenda? Did you plant evidence to frame innocent? Mr. Parambir Singh, here is the Mr. Parambir Singh, and he is not responding any answer of my question. Here is the Parambir Singh.
The nation wants answers. The ATS officers who ran this horror house must be held to account.
And viewers, much more coming right up. We will talk about the stories within 90 minutes of Trump's tariff threat. Modi government puts out a very strong response. India puts national interest first. Government says trade with Russia to continue. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live this morning.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आरपीएफ मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आरपीएफ सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरपीएफ मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर. कहीं तो न्याय हो गया. और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर. उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ. उसके अंदर सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेस.
Viewers, top headlines. Within 90 minutes of Trump's tariff threat, PM Modi government puts out a strong response. MEA statement calls out US hypocrisy, says Trump administration continues the trade with Russia. India puts national interest first. Government says trade with Russia to continue. External Affairs Minister says collective desire to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. Prime Minister to chair NDA parliamentary meet amid ongoing monsoon session. ED summons Anil Ambani, asks him to appear at headquarters for questioning. Sixth anniversary of fabrication of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. NC Congress PDP to observe Black Day. One year since Hasina's ouster, Bangladesh interim government to unveil July declaration. Getting some breaking news coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, and from Ireland, where another incident of racism has come to light. A Sikh taxi driver was attacked in Ireland, and the picture is there on the screen. We can see he has been injured very, very badly. Incident happened on August 1st, and the driver was severely injured and was taken to the hospital for further treatment. This is the third such incident which has been reported, because recently 2 incidents were reported. And as we keep getting you more updates, we have seen a rise in Indians being attacked in Ireland. Already we see the Indian Embassy has issued a stark warning advising Indian citizens in Ireland to take precautions for their safety and avoid deserted areas, especially at odd hours. This is the third incident, and the first 2 incidents have also been reported by Republic TV, where we showed you that 2 Indian nationals earlier were brutally attacked and left with serious injuries. And this time around, a Sikh driver was attacked in Ireland. This is coming in as there has been a wave of attacks against Indians. We have seen recent incidents, including stabbings and beatings, leaving Indians with serious injury. Okay, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Tensions have sharply escalated between India and the United States following critical remarks by US President Trump over India's oil imports from Russia. The controversy, rooted in energy trade dynamics amid the ongoing Ukraine conflict, has drawn strong responses from both sides, with India firmly defending its policy decisions and exposing what it terms as Western double standards. Here's more to the story.
Tensions have escalated between India and the United States over the oil imports from Russia, with strong words exchanged on both sides.
In a scathing post on social media, US President Donald Trump accused India of purchasing massive quantities of Russian oil and then reselling it on the open market for profit. Trump wrote, "India doesn't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by Russian war machine." Citing this, Trump announced that he will be substantially raising tariffs on Indian goods entering the United States. In response, the government of India issued a firm statement rejecting the allegations and defending its trade policies. India clarified that its imports from Russia began only after traditional energy supplies were diverted to Europe due to the Ukraine conflict, a move initially supported by the US to stabilize global energy markets. India further asserted that its imports are purely driven by the national interest, ensuring affordable and predictable energy for its citizens, unlike the nations now leveling accusations. The statement pointed out that the European Union had a bilateral trade of 67.5 billion euros with Russia in 2024, along with 17.2 billion euros in services the year prior, far exceeding India's total trade with Moscow. India also noted that US imports from Russia continue in sensitive sectors including uranium for nuclear power, palladium for electric vehicles, and a range of chemicals and fertilizers. Calling the criticism hypocritical and unjustified, the government concluded that India will take all necessary steps to safeguard its national interests and economic security.
As tensions peak between India and the United States, we are seeing that there has been an entire trade war. Now remember that Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami takes on this entire issue. What does Arnab Goswami have to say? Let's listen in.
We at Republic consider this to be a pivotal moment, Shravan, in the India-US relationship. And we have seen this, that for a very long time, the Americans have been constantly trying to provoke. Trump has been trying to needle India. But here we are, we're not needling America, we're giving it back to them. And we are saying to them as clearly, this is the clearest ever statement from the government of India, that no amount of pressure from Trump is going to work as far as our economic sovereignty is concerned. This is classical Narendra Modi style, very politely but very firmly telling America to back off. And this is going to have repercussions because we've never seen any other world leader, perhaps with the exception of the Brazilian president, who's given it back as clearly to the Americans. And Trump doesn't like being told off, but this is India saying we also got our cards, we can also use our cards, and our card is that you need to trade with us. I'm pretty sure that this considered view, which is within 90 minutes of a Trump social media post, would not have happened, Shravan, unless there was a decision from the top. This is the Prime Minister's personal direction. This cannot happen at the level of the Minister of External Affairs alone. It's the Prime Minister who has made it clear unequivocally, in the same way that he did when the trouble between Russia and Ukraine started, we will defend our economic interests. It'll be very interesting to see how Trump responds to this. But he's also going to be in a complete fix now. He's probably going to escalate the rhetoric, but he has very little wriggling room on this. He might try more tariffs, and I'm pretty sure out here that India has already planned for a blowback of such a comment. And that is going to be the way things are going to play out. So I think Modi government has assessed that the Americans are welcome to continue the talks, but we are not going to, Russia's oil trade is not on the cards. And there are certain no-go areas which we are not relenting on, obviously. Shawan.
Well, in fact, the theatrics of President Trump seems to have now been called out primarily because, one, as far as the negotiation is concerned, all through what we know here is that while speaking to those who have been privy to this entire negotiation, they've been saying that we have stood our ground, particularly in certain sectors where we believe our national interest lies, for instance, dairy products being one such, agriculture being the other. These are some of the areas where we think that there is no interference whatsoever.
But that's part of the negotiation. But Shawan, the fact is that on Russia oil, Trump expected that he would make this threat and India would back off. Now, there were also reports, I don't know if it was Reuters or Bloomberg, but it had been reported somewhere, perhaps erroneously, that India's oil companies were no longer importing oil from Russia. Now, that again is a wrong assessment because imports of oils are not done on a weekly basis. Neither are they from a single party or single source. Depending on where the price works, we decide where to import from. But on that basis, Trump came to a conclusion. This was 2 days back, where he said, I'm happy to hear, but he added a rider. I don't know it's true yet. I'm happy to hear that India is not importing Russian oil. I think it became predicate and important for the government of India to put its foot down and say that, look here, there is no such decision and there is no change of position. And the government would be conscious of it because otherwise the narrative is going to go, Parliament session is on, the narrative is going to go that we have relented. The Modi government has made it clear we are not relenting, we will not relent. And the comment of the Modi government is going to have global ramifications after this. And I'm not talking about oil trade, I'm talking in terms of what we can expect from the Americans from here. They'll know they are dealing with a very tough government.
Arnab, you understand how the government essentially functions very well here. Perhaps with this kind of strongly worded statement coming in, and you're saying that this could not have happened without the Prime Minister's direction. Many, with the Parliament session ongoing, they were egging the Prime Minister to perhaps personally respond. Do you believe that this is by far the most mature response coming in from a mature democracy like us?
Yeah, see, India has made its position on whether it will buy Russian oil. India is not responding to Donald Trump. India is not responding to any subjective remarks. The point we felt it necessary to respond to is on buying Russian oil. We are making it clear we are not going to be a linchpin in a Russia versus America strategic fight, and we will not be used either. By doing so, we've also made it clear that our relationship with Russia is historic. And why not? Because America is sending its special envoy to Russia to have back-channel talks in the next couple of days. If Trump does that, he can't expect, and that the others will not continue their own more open relationship. For all you know, once the Ukraine-Russia issue is sorted, all the American companies will just come in to begin the reconstruction effort as far as Ukraine is concerned. So it would be foolish for America to expect, and see the words here, India will continue, I think the words here are very clear, that India will continue to explore its options as a leading economy. So we have also, in that statement, there is a fair amount of messaging out here that if anyone thinks that we are a pushover, that's never going to be the case. So I think very well-phrased statement. I think this is going to be start of a lot of exciting up and down between Washington and Delhi. I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
So you have it right with India calling it unresolved, it's unjustified at this point in time with the kind of criticism that the West was trying to heap on us. As far as the European Union is concerned, there too India backing it with facts here, saying that right from the time that the war actually broke out, European Union was continuing with their imports. Second, with the United States of America also for its
continuing to
EV
trade
industry, nuclear
continuing to
industry.
trade with Russia.
So it's very clear right now that India has chosen to respond, and it has responded very hard.
Very hard. Well done, actually. Thank you.
Viewers, a Kremlin spokesman on Monday has urged caution after US President Trump said he had deployed 2 nuclear submarines closer to Russia in response to comments by former Russia President Dmitry Medvedev. Here's a report, viewers, to see what happened.
The Kremlin has dismissed concerns of a nuclear escalation following US President Donald Trump's decision to reposition 2 nuclear submarines closer to Russia. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russia takes a responsible position on nuclear issue. Peskov emphasized the need for accuracy in nuclear rhetoric, saying all must be very accurate with such statements. The move came amid delicate relations between Washington and Moscow. Peskov noted that US nuclear submarines are already on regular combat duty.
В данном случае очевидно, что американские подводные лодки и так находятся на боевом дежурстве. Это постоянный процесс. В целом, конечно, вот в такую полемику не хотелось бы никак втягиваться, и не хотелось бы это никак комментировать. Мы очень аккуратно относимся к любым заявлениям, связанным с ядерной проблематикой. Вы знаете, что Россия занимает ответственную позицию. Позиция президента Путина прекрасно известна. Конечно, мы считаем, что все должны быть весьма и весьма аккуратны с ядерной риторикой.
Despite tensions, diplomatic efforts continue to rise. US is mediating between Russia and Ukraine, and the Kremlin is welcoming these efforts to settle conflict through political and diplomatic means. Kremlin believes a meeting between Putin and US envoy Steve Witkoff is possible, adding that such contacts are important, substantive, and very useful.
Мы всегда рады видеть господина Виткофа в Москве и всегда рады контактам с господином Виткофом. Мы не исключаем возможность проведения такой встречи. Продолжается диалог. Соединенные Штаты продолжают свои усилия по посредничеству, в поисках пути украинского урегулирования. Эти усилия очень важны, в том числе и в контексте идущего процесса прямых российско-украинских переговоров. Мы сохраняем нашу приверженность идее о том, что предпочтительным для нас, разумеется, является урегулирование украинской проблемы политикой и дипломатическими средствами.
Although the situation is still tense, the diplomacy trumps.
And viewers, in a significant development, Iran prepares to host an IAEA official for the first time since its nuclear facilities were struck in a joint US-Israel air campaign earlier this year. The visit comes amid mounting pressure from fresh US sanctions on Iran's oil shipping network, drawing sharp criticism from Tehran. Take a look at this report, viewers.
Iran has announced that an official from the International Atomic Energy Agency will visit Tehran within the next 10 days. The first such visit after its nuclear facilities were attacked by the United States and Israel in June. Speaking at a press conference in Tehran, Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghei said a visit by an IAEA official to Tehran will occur within less than 10 days. The joint 12-day air campaign by Israel and the US in June caused severe damage to Iran's nuclear infrastructure and resulted in deaths of nearly 1,100 people, including key military leaders and commanders. A ceasefire has been in place since the strikes ended, but IAEA's inspectors had left Iran during the conflict, significantly limiting the UN watchdog's ability to assess the damage or verify the status of Iran's enriched uranium stockpile. The US Treasury Department on Thursday sanctioned more than a dozen individuals and companies from Iran, China, India and the UAE, accusing them of helping transport millions of barrels of Iranian oil to China. Baghei denounced the sanctions, saying they violated international law and interfered with global free trade.
Viewers, a war cry at Gaza sees no end despite multiple attempts by the international community. Multiple explosions over the Gaza skyline show shot of thick smoke rising from the above buildings. 41 people, including aid workers, have been killed in the ongoing war. Gaza is spiraling into an a humanitarian crisis and a collapse with no food and essentials. Protesters have hit the road across the nation in demand of peace in the region. Here's more to the story.
Multiple explosions were seen over Gaza skyline. The attacks come after Israel's mission to the United Nations requested an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council on the hostages held by Hamas. The violence came as the Palestinian Red Crescent Society staff member was killed when Israeli forces shelled its office. Desperation has gripped the Palestinian territory of more than 2 million, a warning a worst scenario of famine because of Israel's blockade. No aid entered Gaza between March 2nd and May 19th. And aid has been limited since then. Hundreds of demonstrations marched through the streets of the Tunisian capital in a powerful display of solidarity with the Palestinian people as anger grows over the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Protesters waved Palestinian flags, held signs and chanted slogans condemning both Israeli blockade and the silence of Arab governments.
احنا البلدان العربيه تعمل اكثر، لازم توصل لهم اكثر. هي المظاهره صحيح، ما يلزمناش نسكت، عمرنا ما يلزمنا نسكت، الصمت عمره ما نفع في حتى شيء، يلزمنا نوصل الصوت حتى كان ما قدرناش بالفلوس ولا بحاجه اخرى، صوتنا يلزموا ياخذ.
Hunger in Gaza has reached rock bottom. The Palestinian people are starving to death. They are being deliberately starved by the Zionists and by some Arab states. The crowd paused to sing the Tunisian national anthem, a moment of national unity, blending with shared Arab and Islamic cause. Fury also turned toward regional leaders accused of complicity.
لأنك كي تحارب أنت في نهاية الأمر خاصة تحارب من أجل شنو؟ من أجل نصرة الدين، من أجل مسرى الرسول، من أجل الأرض بتاعنا، أرض الإسلام. دونك اللي جوا واللي قتل واللي قبل ذلك سكر الأنفاق على أهلنا في غزة بعد الانقلاب نتاعو، باش يكون عدو الإسلام. وطالما إنه يحارب الإسلام والمسلمين وهو عدو الإسلام، هو عدو الله.
MB's Israel's foreign minister has launched a blistering attack on Hamas following the release of new hostage videos from Gaza. Now we see that they have accused the group of orchestrating a deliberate campaign of psychological warfare and warned the world against rewarding what they call terror. Here's the full report.
Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar has called on Hamas to immediately release all Israeli hostages still held in Gaza, some for nearly 10 months now. His remarks followed the release of disturbing new videos showing hostages in visibly deteriorated conditions. Sa'ar condemned Hamas, accusing them of carrying out a calculated and sadistic propaganda campaign using hostages as tools of psychological terror.
Hamas and Islamic Jihad are using the starvation and torture of hostages as part of a deliberate and well-planned sadistic propaganda campaign. These organizations also planned the starvation campaign of lies together. The amount of aid entering proves that is a fake propaganda campaign. We see the dire condition of our starved hostages, yet they still have not seen representatives of the Red Cross.
He went further, drawing stark comparison, claiming Hamas had committed evil crimes since October 7th that mirrored atrocities carried out by ISIS and even the Nazis.
Terror states and organizations kidnap civilians in order to ensure their own survival and interests. Innocent civilians are inhumanely used as tools by terrorists to achieve their goals. In the case of Hamas, to force upon us their conditions, remaining in power.
The foreign minister also alleged that starvation in Gaza is being weaponized for media manipulation, suggesting that the suffering is being staged and exaggerated to serve Hamas's objectives.
Unbalanced and twisted anti-Israeli agenda of a huge part of the international media has once again been exposed. Just as there's no acknowledgement of Israel's humanitarian efforts in Gaza Strip, and Israel is doing a lot, the horrible images of the hostages were painfully missing from the front pages of the New York Times, the Washington Post, and most of the global media. It is shameful. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all the hostages.
He severely lashed out at recent international moves to recognize Palestinian statehood, calling decisions by France, Britain, and Canada a gift to Hamas and reward for terrorism. Saar also warned that hostage-taking has now become a strategic tool for terror groups, not just to spread fear, but to ensure their own survival. As global pressures build for a ceasefire and hostage release, Israel insists the international community must not normalize what it calls a campaign of cruelty and coercion.
And viewers, much more coming right up. Prime Minister to chair the NDA parliamentary meet amid ongoing monsoon session. Plus, ED summons Anil Ambani, asks him to appear at headquarters for questioning. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live this morning.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा राजा और मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years. And it has achieved that with a current account deficit of less than 1% of GDP. India has the lowest inflation.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात राजा और मसाला
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की,
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies, and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. The R4 Sports and Republic TV, good luck.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला.
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years. And it has achieved that with a current account deficit of less than 1% of GDP. India has the lowest inflation now.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking is that India is pushing back against US President Donald Trump's threat on imposing tariffs on India due to its imports of Russian oil. And India is calling it unjustified and unreasonable. That is the big story that we are tracking through the day. Let's also take a look at the other stories that we are tracking in the headlines. Within 19 minutes of Donald Trump's tariff threat, Modi government puts out a strong response. MEA statement calls out US hypocrisy, says Donald Trump administration continues trade with Russia. India puts national interests first. Government says trade with Russia to continue. External Affairs Minister says collective desire to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair an NDA parliamentary meet amid the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament. Enforcement Directorate summons Anil Ambani, asks him to appear at ED headquarters for questioning. 6th anniversary of abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, National Conference, Congress and PDP to observe a Black Day. And 1 year since Hasina's ouster, Bangladesh interim government to unveil July declaration. And viewers, at the top of 8, we have big breaking news coming in. Business tycoon Anil Ambani leaves for the national capital as he has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the 17,000 crore rupees loan fraud case. So Anil Ambani has left and he is going to be at the ED headquarters today. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate had on Monday issued summons to several top executives of the Anil Ambani's Reliance Group, and this is in connection with the ongoing money laundering investigation. And Anil Ambani himself is now slated to appear for the agency today. All right, let's get all the updates. Kumar Aditya, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Aditya, give us more details. Anil Ambani himself is slated to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today. What more updates do you have?
Well, there are 3 updates coming in. The first, Anil Ambani to be in the capital today. Second, it is likely to summon at least 7 top executives from the R group. And third, even the bank's top executives of 20 banks who have given or allotted loans to our group are also likely to be summoned in the coming days. So these series of summons will be to 3 categories of people. The first, Anil Ambani himself. Second, at least 7 top executives from the Reliance Group. And third, even top bank executives on how they gave loan, what was the due diligence they applied while giving loans, and when the loans were defaulted, what process they undertook to ensure repayment of the loan. And today, the matter related to 17,000 crore rupees are actually of 20 banks, majorly of Yes Bank, which were given majorly to 3 companies of our group. The first, including 2, RHFL and RCOM. Earlier to this date, there has been certain orders coming from SFIO and SEBI, which actually convicted or found that Anil Ambani did indulge in practices which were non-aligned with the regulation or with the prospect of market alignment by the SEBI. So today's interrogation or today's summons are actually in the line of a broader investigation which are on the ground from last 1 year, including by SFIO, by SEBI, and today by the ED.
Right. And Kumar Aditya, now this is how much of a trouble really it is for Anil Ambani, as you're mentioning that the ED has not only called him, but also multiple bank officers have also been called. And this is in regard to the loan sanctions to his companies. Now, the first arrest has been already made in the case in connection with the 3,000 crore rupees loan against Anil Ambani's Reliance Group. So considering that, how much a big of a trouble is it for Anil Ambani today?
It's a huge trouble for Anil Ambani and his group in toto, both for him personally and for his group professionally. Because the evidence. Now, what we have seen in ED is not doing the first investigation. The first there was done by SFIO, then SEBI, and now undertaken by the ED. So in this case, what we have is the actual evidence, a credible evidence coming from SEBI investigation, SFIO investigation, and now coming in from the ED's investigation. Now, this is actually a more than just a trouble, actually a huge trouble for Anil Ambani and his group, considering the financial conditions, considering the weather, the seasons of the Reliance Group in the last 2 years. In the series of almost actually a lot of investigation, a lot of financial trouble in IBC, a lot of trouble in NCLT. Now they have actually a real trouble of a criminal stature or a criminal nature coming from ED.
All right. Thank you so much, Aditya, for those details. You keep tracking those developments there in the case. We'll keep coming back to you. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on to the other big story that we are tracking through the day today. Tensions have sharply escalated between India and the United States following critical remarks by US President Donald Trump over India's oil imports from Russia. Now, the controversy rooted in energy trade dynamics amid the ongoing Ukraine conflict has drawn a strong response from both the sides, with India firmly defending its policy decisions and exposing what it terms as Western double standards. Here's more to the story.
Tensions have escalated between India and the United States over the oil imports from Russia, with strong words exchanged on both sides.
In a scathing post on social media, US President Donald Trump accused India of purchasing massive quantities of Russian oil and then reselling it on the open market for profit. Trump wrote, "India doesn't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by Russian war machine." Citing this, Trump announced that he will be substantially raising tariffs on Indian goods entering the United States. In response, the government of India issued a firm statement rejecting the allegations and defending its trade policies. India clarified that its imports from Russia began only after traditional energy supplies were diverted to Europe due to the Ukraine conflict, a move initially supported by the US to stabilize global energy markets. India further asserted that its imports are purely driven by the national interest, ensuring affordable and predictable energy for its citizens, unlike the nations now leveling accusations. The statement pointed out that the European Union had a bilateral trade of 67.5 billion euros with Russia in 2024, along with 17.2 billion euros in services the year prior, far exceeding India's total trade with Moscow. India also noted that US imports from Russia continue in sensitive sectors including uranium for nuclear power, palladium for electric vehicles, and a range of chemicals and fertilizers. Calling the criticism hypocritical and unjustified, the government concluded that India will take all necessary steps to safeguard its national interests and economic security.
And viewers, in the related development now, Russia has also hit back. Russian Foreign Ministry has slammed the United States and has said that no tariff war or sanctions can halt natural course of history. So this is Russia's Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Maria Zakharova, who responded sharply to the sanctions and the restrictions being imposed by Washington, which have impacted countries across the world, and calling it a neo-colonial agenda. She said that politically motivated economic pressure was being put on those who choose an independent course on international stage. So Zakharova made the remarks responding to media query regarding the tightening of tariffs by the US administration. And when asked how Russia views Washington's policy of increasing tariff barriers against the key foreign policy partners in the global south, Zakharova said, and I quote her now, "Sanctions and restrictions have unfortunately become a defining feature of the current historical period, impacting countries across the globe. Unable to accept the erosion of its dominance in an emerging multipolar international order, Washington continues to pursue a neo-colonial agenda, employing a politically motivated economic pressure against those who choose an independent course on the international stage." So it is not just the India that is hitting back over US tariff threat. Russia's foreign ministry has also slammed the United States and said that no tariff wars or sanctions can halt natural course of history. All right, let's move on to the bulletin now as India observes yet another anniversary of the historic abrogation of Article 370. All eyes turn once again to Jammu and Kashmir, a region that is long marked by unrest, and now it is gradually charting a path towards peace and development. So what was once a hotbed of separatism is steadily transforming into a landscape of stability, infrastructure growth and social renewal. Here's more to the story.
As the nation marks another anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, Jammu and Kashmir stands as a reflection of transformation from turmoil to a new trajectory of peace and progress. Once synonymous with shutdowns, hartals and stone pelting, the valley today is witnessing calmer streets, a surge in development and a return to normalcy. A powerful symbol of this change, cinema halls, once silenced by terror threats in the 1990s, are now reopening. The return of movie theatres is not just entertainment, it's a sign of cultural reclaiming and public confidence.
Things have changed in the Kashmir Valley after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A. We have seen in the Kashmir Valley, if we'll talk about the 90s, during the insurgency, we have seen that the cinemas were shut forcefully by the various terror groups across the Kashmir Valley. But after the abrogation of Article 370, we have seen that these cinemas are back in the Kashmir Valley. And you can see here in the visuals, if my Vijay can pan camera to from this very side, and you can see the beautiful structure here in the Central Kashmir, Srinagar. Also, the same kind of structures have been established at the various districts in the Kashmir Valley. This all comes after the abrogation of Article 370 in the Kashmir Valley.
Post-2019, the abrogation of Article 370 redefined the region's constitutional status, paving the way for integration, governance reforms, and direct development initiatives. Infrastructure is expanding rapidly from all-weather roads and upgraded hospitals to smart city projects and enhanced tourism facilities. Kashmir is evolving on multiple fronts. Students now attend schools uninterrupted, with frequent shutdowns becoming a thing of the past, and aspirations are finding direction. Locals say security incidents have drastically reduced. In many areas, forces have relaxed their presence and peace is becoming a lived reality. However, there remains caution, with some political voices attempting to revive old narratives of special status, potentially derailing the progress.
ये तो सोच और सोच पे डिपेंड करता है. हम पॉजिटिव सोच रखते हैं. हमारा ये मानना है कि जिस तरह से कहीं भी किसी भी मुल्क में जब कोई जाति हो जाती है, उसके खिलाफ बीजेपी के खिलाफ हम लड़ेंगे, और जो बीजेपी ने यहाँ जातियाँ की उनको ख़त्म करेंगे, मसले कश्मीर को भी हल करेंगे, और 370 की भी बहाली. ये मेरी सोच है.
Yet, the people of Kashmir are increasingly looking forward, embracing opportunity, stability, and hope.
And viewers, we have breaking news coming in from the national capital, where 5 Bangladeshi illegal immigrants have been held in the national capital, and this is an information given by the Delhi police. The police said that these arrested people are 5 Bangladeshi illegal immigrants, and they have initiated an investigation. All of them are illegal immigrants, police have informed, and that they were trying to forcibly enter the Red Fort premises. The police said that the age of all of them is around 20 to 25 years. They work as laborers in Delhi, and the police have recovered some documents from them as well, and they are being interrogated. Meanwhile, Gurugram police on Saturday also detained 10 Bangladeshi nationals who were found to be living illegally in the city, and identification documents recovered from them have confirmed their Bangladeshi identity as well. Now, Sandeep Kumar, PRO of the Gurugram police, said that 10 illegal Bangladeshi immigrants have been detained. Bangladeshi documents have been recovered from them, and the process to deport them has begun. So action against illegal immigrants continues in Delhi NCR. In Delhi, these 5 Bangladeshi immigrants were trying to enter the Red Fort premises illegally, and they were later detained by the police. Similarly, in Gurugram, action was taken when 10 Bangladeshi nationals were detained by the police. So let's get all the details. Akhil, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Akhil, as far as the national capital incident is concerned, 5 Bangladeshi illegal immigrants were trying to enter the Red Fort premises illegally. Any information on what really they were doing trying to enter the Red Fort premises?
Well, if you see ahead of the 15th August, which is the Independence Day celebration, what we are seeing that for India, it's a SOP every year to be followed. And in this case, what we have seen, the Delhi police was doing frisking.
All right, I will try to connect back with our reporter there. But the information that he has been providing is that these 5 Bangladeshi immigrants or the nationals were detained for trying to enter the Red Fort on Monday. And investigation has begun. Similarly, in Gurugram, 10 illegal Bangladeshi immigrants have been detained by the Gurugram police. All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. It is the kind of story that shakes the conscience of a nation. For 17 long years, she carried the weight of an accusation that shattered her entire life. Now, she claims that she was tortured, she was targeted and silenced, but not today. Today, Sadhvi Pragya speaks out unfiltered and unforgiving, as well as she is undeterred. And explosive revelations have come to light, and a damning indictment of the very officers who were meant to uphold the law. A terror case that might have been nothing but a political script. And here's the story.
17 years, endless torture, and finally a fight won. Not just acquitted, Sadhvi Pragya has come out as a survivor of a political witch hunt. And now she's not staying silent anymore. Sadhvi Pragya unleashed a torrent of truth, accusing Parambir Singh of orchestrating a terror hoax to push a saffron terror narrative. She wasn't just arrested, she was hunted, tortured, and tormented. What you're about to hear is horrific to say the least. Listen in.
बार बार ये कहा है, बहुत ही निकृष्ट, बहुत ही अदम व्यक्ति है परमबीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं। अकेले परमबीर सिंह ने नहीं, पूरे एटीएस के अधिकारियों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, पुरुषों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है उन्होंने। मुझे गैर कानूनी 13 दिन तक रखा और 11 दिन की कस्टडी, इस प्रकार से मैं 24 दिनों तक पुलिस कस्टडी में रही और प्रताड़नाएं झेलती रही एटीएस की।
13 days of illegal detention, no warrant, no charges, just torture. Sadhvi Pragya claims Parambir Singh unleashed brutality to frame her, and she wasn't alone. Colonel Purohit was allegedly beaten, broken, and brutalized. Republic now reveals his handwritten letter, a document of pain, power abuse, and pure evil that he wrote to the NHRC in 2015. He was punched, kicked, his private parts were twisted. That was Parambir's torture cell. 10 years later, the letter screams the truth they tried to bury, and Parambir Singh continues to maintain a haunting silence.
Did you work to serve political agenda? Parambir Singh, did you work to serve political agenda? Why you didn't appear in court? Despite several summons, Parambir Singh, here is the Parambir Singh. This is Parambir Singh. Why are you running from Republic question? Parambir Singh, why are you running from the Republic question? What is your answer? What are you trying to hide? Why did you not appear before the court during trial? Did you work to serve political agenda? Did you plant evidence to frame innocent? Mr. Parambir Singh, here is the Mr. Parambir Singh, and he is not responding any answer of my question. Here is the Parambir Singh.
The nation wants answers. The ATS officers who ran this horror house must be held to account.
prominent leaders, one shared agenda, a common ideology and a united target. The anti-Sanatan brigade is back in the spotlight. Newly elected Rajya Sabha MP Kamal Hassan and NCP's Jitendra Ahad are under fire for their remarks that are seen as Hindu hate. Here's the full report.
The anti-Sanatan brigade has been activated once again, and the faces driving this anti-Hindu bandwagon are Jitendra Ahad and Kamal Hassan. Jitendra Ahad, the NCP SP leader, berated the Sanatan Dharma while alleging that it ruined India.
सनातन धर्माने भारताचं वाटोळं केलं. सनातन धर्म नावाचा धर्मच नव्हता. आम्ही हिंदू धर्माला मानणारे आहोत. ज्या सनातन धर्माने आमच्या शिवरायांना राज्याभिषेक नाकारला, ज्या सनातन धर्मियांनी आम्हाला आमच्या छत्रपती संभाजींना बदनाम करून टाकलं, त्यामुळे सनातन धर्म आणि हे सनातनी विकृत आहेत हे म्हणायला कोणीच घाबरलं नाही पाहिजे.
In fact, soon after his berating remarks, Republic confronted the NCP SP leader, and as usual, he was unapologetic and defiant. Watch how the NCP SP leader shoved Republic's mic soon after he heard the word Sanatan.
सर सनातन पे जो आपने बयान दिया, क्या उसमें माफी मांगेंगे? सर माफी मांगेंगे? नहीं हम पूछ रहे हैं.
And down south, it was another tall leader who was recently elected to the upper house of the parliament, Kamal Hassan. Addressing an event, Kamal Hassan spewed anti-Sanatan rhetoric.
அத்தனை பிள்ளைகளுக்கு கல்வி கிடைக்காமல் செய்து விட்டது இந்த சட்டம். ஆகரம் நினைச்சா ஒண்ணும் விட முடியாது. அந்த சட்டத்தை மாற்றி எழுதக்கூடிய பலத்தை தருவது கல்விதான். அந்த கல்வி இந்த போரில் ஆயுதமின்றி நாட்டையே செதுக்க வல்லது. இது சர்வாதிகார சங்கிலிகளை, சனாதன சங்கிலிகளை எல்லாம் நொறுக்கி தள்ளக்கூடிய ஒரே ஆயுதம் இதுதான். இதை தவிர வேற எதையும் கையில் எடுக்காதீங்க.
And quick to back Kamal Hassan was his ideological partner DMK.
See, education is the area where every family, irrespective of their caste, become equal. What is happening in today, every community people were educated. Earlier there was no college for the backward scheduled caste people and backward class. Today everybody gets education. You can see that. You can see in the IT industry where there is no caste difference. Everybody are equal. You can see the medical profession. All are equal. They treat equally. They don't see people by their caste. So that is the outcome of the education. Education has made people all human beings irrespective of their caste and class. That is the strength of education. That is what Kamal Hassan had said also.
But the BJP and the AIADMK called out Kamal Hassan for hurting the sentiments of the majority population.
It's in favor of AIADMK and their alliance in the upcoming 2026. It is sure that DMK is going to be shown the door. Knowing that their loss is evident and imminent, they are trying to cook up stories to substantiate their 2026 results. One such story is 6.5 lakh voters trying to sneak in Tamil Nadu and getting in voter ID, blah, 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 which is not substantiated with any concrete evidence. These are all hearsays and assumptions and imaginations of DMK and their camp.
First of all, I condemn he is insulting the Sanatan Dharma. And now he is not only an actor, he is a member of parliament. So he should be responsible in conveying his words. He is more loyal to DMK and he is uttering words which all will make DMK chief and the DMK functionaries happy. For that he want to insult the sentiments of the people who are following the Sanatan Dharma. And first he, because of his self-motive, he conveyed some message about the language and he discriminated the languages and divided the brothers and sisters from different states, and he did that.
It is the same Kamal Hassan who wears the Janayu on the screen for movies and for the masses. But off the screen, He's a Sanatan hater who never misses an opportunity to slander, berate, and vilify a certain faith.
Viewers, we are taking a very short break, and coming up ahead, within 90 minutes of Donald Trump's tariff threat, Modi government puts out a strong response. India puts national interests first. Government says trade with Russia to continue. That big story that we keep tracking through the day, and much more coming up after a short break. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था, और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस, और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मुजावर हैड met us at Republic in Mumbai 6 years.
Within 90 minutes of Trump's tariff threat, Modi government puts out a strong response. MEA statement calls out United States hypocrisy, says Trump administration continues trade with Russia. India puts national interests first. Government says trade with Russia to continue. External Affairs Minister says collective desire to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. Prime Minister to chair NDA parliamentary meet today amid the ongoing monsoon session. Enforcement Directorate summons business tycoon Anil Ambani in the loan fraud case. He leaves for the national capital to appear before the ED today. Sixth anniversary of abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. NC Congress PDP to observe Black Day today. 1 year since Hasina's ouster, Bangladesh interim government to unveil the July declaration. Hello and welcome. You're watching live this morning at 8:30 a.m. with me, Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest story that we're tracking here this morning today is the escalation of the Trump's tariff war on India. Tensions have escalated sharply between India and the United States following critical remarks that was made by the United States President Donald Trump following the critical remarks over India's oil imports from Russia. The controversy rooted in energy trade dynamics amid the ongoing Ukraine conflict has drawn sharp responses from both sides, with India firmly stating that they will not bow down to anybody who tries to threaten our economy. Here's more to the story on how India has reacted very sharply to Trump's escalating tariff war.
Tensions have escalated between India and the United States over the oil imports from Russia, with strong words exchanged on both sides.
In a scathing post on social media, US President Donald Trump accused India of purchasing massive quantities of Russian oil and then reselling it on the open market for profit. Trump wrote, "India doesn't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by Russian war machine." Citing this, Trump announced that he will be substantially raising tariffs on Indian goods entering the United States. In response, the government of India issued a firm statement rejecting the allegations and defending its trade policies. India clarified that its imports from Russia began only after traditional energy supplies were diverted to Europe due to the Ukraine conflict, a move initially supported by the US to stabilize global energy markets. India further asserted that its imports are purely driven by the national interest, ensuring affordable and predictable energy for its citizens, unlike the nations now leveling accusations. The statement pointed out that the European Union had a bilateral trade of 67.5 billion euros with Russia in 2024, along with 17.2 billion euros in services the year prior, far exceeding India's total trade with Moscow. India also noted that US imports from Russia continue in sensitive sectors including uranium for nuclear power, palladium for electric vehicles, and a range of chemicals and fertilizers. Calling the criticism hypocritical and unjustified, the government concluded that India will take all necessary steps to safeguard its national interests and economic security.
Ladies and gentlemen, as tensions peak between India and the United States over Trump's tariff war, here is Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami's take on the entire issue. Listen in.
We at Republic consider this to be a pivotal moment, Shawan, in the India-US relationship. And we have seen this, that for a very long time, the Americans have been constantly trying to provoke. Trump has been trying to needle India. But here we are, we're not needling America, we're giving it back to them. And we are saying to them as clearly, this is the clearest ever statement from the government of India that no amount of pressure from Trump is going to work as far as our economic sovereignty is concerned. This is classical Narendra Modi style, very politely but very firmly telling America to back off. And this is going to have repercussions because we've never seen any other world leader, perhaps with the exception of the Brazilian president, who's given it back as clearly to the Americans. And Trump doesn't like being told off, but this is India saying we also got our cards, we can also use our cards, and our card is that you need to trade with us. I'm pretty sure that this considered view, which is within 90 minutes of a Trump social media post, would not have happened, Shravan, unless there was a decision from the top. This is the Prime Minister's personal direction. This cannot happen at the level of the Minister of External Affairs alone. It's the Prime Minister who has made it clear unequivocally, in the same way that he did when the trouble between Russia and Ukraine started. We will defend our economic interests. It'll be very interesting to see how Trump responds to this. But he's also going to be in a complete fix now. He's probably going to escalate the rhetoric, but he has very little wriggling room on this. He might try more tariffs, and I'm pretty sure out here that India has already planned for a blowback of such a comment. And that is going to be the way things are going to play out. So I think Modi government has assessed that the Americans are welcome to continue the talks, but we are not going to, Russia's oil trade is not on the cards. And there are certain no-go areas which we are not relenting on, obviously. Shravan.
Well, in fact, the theatrics of President Trump seems to have now been called out primarily because, one, as far as the negotiation is concerned, all through what we know here is that while speaking to those who have been privy to this entire negotiation, they've been saying that we have stood our ground, particularly in certain sectors where we believe our national interest lies, for instance, dairy products being one such, agriculture being the other. These are some of the areas where we think that there is no interference whatsoever.
But that's part of the negotiation. But Shravan, the fact is that on Russia oil, Trump expected that he would make this threat and India would back off. Now, there were also reports, I don't know if it was Reuters or Bloomberg, but it had been reported somewhere, perhaps erroneously, that India's oil companies were no longer importing oil from Russia. Now that again is a wrong assessment because imports of oils are not done on a weekly basis. Neither are they from a single party or single source. Depending on where the price works, we decide where to import from. But on that basis, Trump came to a conclusion. This was 2 days back, where he said, I'm happy to hear, but he added a rider. I don't know it's true yet. I'm happy to hear that India is not importing Russian oil. I think it became predicate and important for the government of India to put its foot down and say that, look here, there is no such decision and there is no change of position. And the government would be conscious of it because otherwise the narrative is going to go, Parliament session is on, the narrative is going to go that we have relented. The Modi government has made it clear we are not relenting, we will not relent. And the comment of the Modi government is going to have global ramifications after this. And I'm not talking about oil trade. I'm talking in terms of what we can expect from the Americans from here. They'll know they are dealing with a very tough government.
Arnab, you understand how the government essentially functions very well here. Perhaps with this kind of strongly worded statement coming in, and you're saying that this could not have happened without the Prime Minister's direction. Many, with the Parliament session ongoing, they were egging the Prime Minister to perhaps personally respond. Do you believe that this is by far the most mature response coming in from a mature democracy like us?
Yeah, see, India has made its position on whether it will buy Russian oil. India is not responding to Donald Trump. India is not responding to any subjective remarks. The point we felt it necessary to respond to is on buying Russian oil. We are making it clear we are not going to be a linchpin in a Russia versus America strategic fight, and we will not be used either. By doing so, we've also made it clear that our relationship with Russia is historic. And why not? Because America is sending its special envoy to Russia to have back-channel talks in the next couple of days. If Trump does that, he can't expect and that the others will not continue their own more open relationship. For all you know, once the Ukraine-Russia issue is sorted, all the American companies will just come in to begin the reconstruction effort as far as Ukraine is concerned. So it would be foolish for America to expect, and see the words here. India will continue, I think the words here are very clear, that India will continue to explore its options as a leading economy. So we have also, in that statement, there is a fair amount of messaging out here that if anyone thinks that we are a pushover, that's never going to be the case. So I think very well phrased statement. I think this is going to be start of a lot of exciting up and down between Washington and Delhi. I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
So you have it right now with India calling it unresolved, it's unjustified at this point in time with the kind of criticism that the West was trying to heap on us. As far as the European Union is concerned, there too India backing it with facts here, saying that right from the time that the war actually broke out, European Union was continuing with their imports. Second, with the United States of America also for its EV industry, nuclear industry.
With Russia.
So it's very clear right now that India has chosen to respond, and it has responded very hard.
Very hard. Well done, actually. Thank you.
Moving on to what's happening in the Israel-Iran war. The war cry at Gaza sees no end despite multiple attempts by the international community. Multiple explosions over the Gaza skyline show short of thick smoke rising from the above buildings. 41 people, including aid workers, have been killed in the ongoing war. Gaza, ladies and gentlemen, is spiraling into an irreversible humanitarian collapse with no food and essentials. Protests have hit the road across the nation in demand of peace in the region. Here's more to the story.
Multiple explosions were seen over Gaza skyline. The attacks come after Israel's mission to the United Nations requested an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council on the hostages held by Hamas. The violence came as the Palestinian Red Crescent Society staff member was killed when Israeli forces shelled its office. Desperation has gripped the Palestinian territory of more than 2 million, a warning a worst scenario of famine because of Israel's blockade. No aid entered Gaza between March 2nd and May 19th, and aid has been limited since then. Hundreds of demonstrations marched through the streets of the Tunisian capital in a powerful display of solidarity with the Palestinian people as anger grows over the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Protesters waved Palestinian flags, held signs and chanted slogans condemning both Israeli blockade and the silence of Arab governments.
احنا البلدان العربيه تعمل اكثر، لازم توصل لهم اكثر. المظاهره صحيح ما يلزمناش نسكت، عمرنا ما يلزمنا نسكت. الصمت عمره ما نفع في حتى شيء. يلزمنا نوصل الصوت حتى كان ما قدرناش بالفلوس ولا بحاجه اخرى، صوتنا يلزموا ياخذ.
Hunger in Gaza has reached rock bottom. The Palestinian people are starving to death. They are being deliberately starved by the Zionists and by some Arab states. The crowd paused to sing the Tunisian national anthem, a moment of national unity, blending with shared Arab and Islamic cause. Fury also turned toward regional leaders accused of complicity.
لأنك كي تحارب أنت في نهاية الأمر خاصة تحارب من أجل شنو؟ من أجل نصرة الدين، من أجل مسرى الرسول، من أجل الأرض بتاعنا، أرض الإسلام. دونك اللي جوا واللي قتل واللي قبل ذلك سكر الأنفاق على أهلنا في غزة بعد الانقلاب نتاعو، باش يكون عدو الإسلام. وطالما إنه يحارب الإسلام والمسلمين وهو عدو الإسلام، هو عدو الله.
Israel's foreign minister has launched a blistering attack on Hamas following the release of new hostage videos from Gaza. We learned that he has accused the group of orchestrating a deliberate campaign of psychological warfare and warned that the world against rewarding what he calls terror, quote unquote. Here's the full report on all that you need to know about this case.
Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has called on Hamas to immediately release all Israeli hostages still held in Gaza, some for nearly 10 months now. His remarks follow the release of disturbing new videos showing hostages in visibly deteriorated conditions. Saar condemned Hamas accusing them of carrying out a calculated and sadistic propaganda campaign using hostages as tools of psychological terror.
Hamas and Islamic Jihad are using the starvation and torture of hostages as part of a deliberate and well-planned sadistic propaganda campaign. These organizations also planned the starvation campaign of lies together. The amount of aid entering proves that is a fake propaganda campaign. We see the dire condition of our starved hostages, yet they still have not seen representatives of the Red Cross.
He went further, drawing stark comparison, claiming Hamas had committed evil crimes since October 7th that mirrored atrocities carried out by ISIS and even the Nazis.
Terror states and organizations kidnap civilians in order to ensure their own survival and interests. Innocent civilians are inhumanely used as tools by terrorists to achieve their goals. In the case of Hamas, to force upon us their conditions, remaining in power.
The foreign minister also alleged that starvation in Gaza is being weaponized for media manipulation, suggesting that the suffering is being staged and exaggerated to serve Hamas's objectives.
Unbalanced and twisted anti-Israeli agenda of a huge part of the international media has once again been exposed. Just as there's no acknowledgement of Israel's humanitarian efforts in Gaza Strip, and Israel is doing a lot, the horrible images of the hostages were painfully missing from the front pages of the New York Times, the Washington Post, and most of the global media. It is shameful. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all the hostages.
He severely lashed out at recent international moves to recognize Palestinian statehood, calling decisions by France, Britain, and Canada a gift to Hamas and reward for terrorism. Saar also warned that hostage-taking has now become a strategic tool for terror groups, not just to spread fear, but to ensure their own survival. As global pressures build for a ceasefire and hostage release, Israel insists the international community must not normalize what it calls a campaign of cruelty and coercion.
Israel's foreign minister addressed two critical issues in this powerful interview that has been done by Republic's senior editor Abhishek Kapoor. First, he tackles the claim of who is actually supplying weapons to Hamas, providing a detailed rebuttal to accusations against Israel and pointing to the actual sources fueling Hamas's arsenal. Then he confronts what he calls foreign hypocrisy in the international discourse, where some countries label Israel as an aggressor while overlooking acts of terror committed by Hamas. Here's that interview and Republic's ground reportage from Israel.
A forum of families for the hostages, and with us Mr. Daniel Sheikh. He's a former ambassador of Israel, and he's someone who's coordinating the efforts of this forum, again informally. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us. Please explain to us this quandary that the war ends if the hostages come back, and the hostages can come back if the war ends. So how many hostages are still there with Hamas, and why this difficulty in getting them back?
So yes, that's the formula, and it has been the formula from day one. Only even if a conflict can be, described in very simple terms in a very simple formula, it doesn't mean that it's simple to reach that formula. There are still 50 hostages in Gaza. There were 251 at the beginning. Most of them came back through an agreement. Some came back, unfortunately, in body bags. And among the 50, there are also many, unfortunately, who are not alive. But we consider, and in Jewish tradition, it's very important, anyone as a hostage, regardless of if they are dead or alive. Those who are alive need to come back in order to relive their lives, and those who are no longer alive simply need to be to get a decent burial and enable their families to mourn as they wish. So, as I said, even if from the beginning it was clear that the conflict to a large extent hinges on the issue of the hostages, it's not the only issue. Yeah. But there's an issue of a military balance, of fighting Hamas. But we have the impression that that has, done its role, and that we're now, the military operations we're turning in circles, and that it's time to move to the conclusion of this war through an agreement. At the current situation, Hamas doesn't seem to be prepared to release all the hostages, and the Israeli government doesn't seem to be disposed to end the war. So the simple formula remains simple, but its realization is difficult. Their lives are hanging.
This is a place which is replete with the memorabilia, with the emotions. We saw those that prayer session taking place. And just to give you an idea of the kind of involvement that's there of the people and the messaging that's there. So, for example, this is, let's go inside. This is just to give a feel to the people and to make them understand the dire situation that the hostages live as we speak. And this is one example of that, which is that the hostages are being kept inside tunnels, obviously, by Hamas in the Gaza Strip, so that they can evade and avoid security Israeli defense forces pulling them out. Now, just to get you a feel, so we are getting inside this model of a tunnel that has been created here at Hostage Square. This is almost like an exact replica of what Hamas has created by way of that network of tunnels, in which they are keeping from where they are operating, and in fact also keeping the hostages. Look at these sounds. This is like to give you an idea of what must be going on in the minds of the hostages, that they are here inside and the war is going on outside. They don't know whether some missile or rocket can fall on them, whether the Israeli forces, because they're trying to search them, and in doing so, when they are taking out these tunnels, and there have been some instances where some of the hostages have been taken down, unfortunately, in Israeli operations also. So it's a difficult situation. And in fact, we are told that the actual tunnels of Hamas are even smaller than this. And it's difficult to navigate. We had seen in one of those tunnels Ismail Haniyeh, the Hamas leader, carrying a couple of hostages with him and using them as a shield, a human shield. So that's the situation. And this Hostage Square has created this tunnel. And everybody, of course, here hopes that someday there would be light at the end of the tunnel for the remaining hostages, 50 hostages that are there in captivity of Hamas.
It's time for us to now slip into a short break. Getting your details after the break is the strong response of the Modi government to Trump's escalating tariff war. And like always, India has put their national interests first, but the government has said that trade with Russia will continue. Russia has also responded to Trump's tariff war. We will get you that statement of Russia shortly after a break.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthier. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing R4 Sports all the best.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And India gives a hard-hitting response to the United States after Trump makes fresh tariff threats. That is right. Big update coming in right now. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Within 90 minutes of Trump's tariff threat, Modi government puts out a strong response. MEA statement calls out US hypocrisy, says Trump administration continues trade with Russia. India puts national interests first. Government says trade with Russia to continue. External Affairs Minister says collective desire to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. Prime Minister to chair NDA parliamentary meet amid ongoing monsoon session. ED summons business tycoon Anil Ambani in loan fraud case, leaves for the national capital. Sixth anniversary of abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. NC Congress PDP to observe Black Day. A big update coming in right now. The Modi government issued a very strong worded statement on Monday in response to the US President Trump's fresh tariff warning. In a statement issued by the Ministry of External Affairs, the government has stated that it has been targeted by the US and the EU over its purchase of Russian oil. Earlier on Monday, Donald Trump has taken to Truth social media platform and warned of more tariffs on India for its purchase of Russian oil and military products amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. Taking to X, the MEA has issued the following statement. India has been targeted by the US and the European Union for importing oil from Russia after the commencement of the Ukraine conflict. MEA further adds the United States at that time actively encouraged such imports by India for strengthening global energy market stability. So big update coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV, where we are learning India has given a very hard-hitting response after Trump's fresh tariff threat. MEA has said that India's oil imports are guided by national interest and rejected what it described as an unjustified and unreasonable pressure from the Western powers. So we see Russia is also slamming US sanctions and the tariff war simultaneously, viewers. So these are back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where we are seeing that Russia has also, I repeat, Russia has also slammed the US over the tariff, I repeat, over the tariff war. If we have a guest, we would like to go to a guest who's joining us live right now in a short while. But India has already called out the EU and the US trade with Russia after Trump threatened steeper, I repeat, steeper tariffs on New Delhi. Simultaneously, Russia has responded to Trump's tariff threat. Russia condemns US's neo-colonial agenda. Well, that is what Russia is calling, I repeat, calling this threat. Okay, let's go straight across to our guest, Mr. Dr. Dheeraj Kaul, geopolitical expert, joining us live from Pennsylvania. Yes, Dr. Kaul is joining us live. Let's go to Dr. Kaul right now. Dr. Kaul, you know, both Russia and India have slammed the US and has said very clearly that New Delhi has pointed out EU and US's trade relationship with Moscow. They're saying that why does US have double standards? What do you think about this?
Namaskar. Thank you for having me on the show. This has been the talk of the day, international in media as well. And I think there are certain countries which are really strongly standing up for what's the best interest of their own citizens. One of the countries is India, definitely, and you can see the same rhetoric coming out of China as well. It looks like I think you already rightly mentioned, this was an issue in 2022 when the Russia-Ukraine war had started, and India got a green signal from United States to be a major buyer of oil, energy from Russia, so that the international price of a barrel doesn't go all the way up to 130s. So this was very important for geostrategic importance of European Union, because they were massively buying energy from other sources because of the sanctions. So India was like a stabilizing agent at that time. But unfortunately, now it's getting penalized for continuing to do what is in the best interest of its own citizens, which any person who has any understanding of financial markets, I work as a consultant in the biotech sector as well. So this is what the government of India is doing. I think is absolutely making sense, and you will see this is a tactic which has been applied by the current government for different for dealing on different issues with different governments, and this is back and forth. But having said that, I think it's very important that India gets cheap energy because it's the fastest growing economy, which has to be fueled by cheap energy. So I think the focus of the current government is right on money, and I hope and I pray that a good deal is struck with US and India because both of them are natural partners. This is just a terrible, tough times going on right now.
Okay. Dr. Kaul, I really request you to stay on with us because I want our viewers to have a look into this report because tensions have escalated between India and the US following critical remarks, viewers, by the US President Trump over India's oil imports from Russia. Now, the controversy rooted in energy trade dynamics amid the ongoing Ukraine conflict has drawn strong responses from both sides, with India firmly defending its policy decisions and exposing what it terms as Western double standards. Here's more to the story.
Tensions have escalated between India and the United States over the oil imports from Russia, with strong words exchanged on both sides.
In a scathing post on social media, US President Donald Trump accused India of purchasing massive quantities of Russian oil and then reselling it on the open market for profit. Trump wrote, "India doesn't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by Russian war machine." Citing this, Trump announced that he will be substantially raising tariffs on Indian goods entering the United States. In response, the government of India issued a firm statement rejecting the allegations and defending its trade policies. India clarified that its imports from Russia began only after traditional energy supplies were diverted to Europe due to the Ukraine conflict, a move initially supported by the US to stabilize global energy markets. India further asserted that its imports are purely driven by the national interest, ensuring affordable and predictable energy for its citizens, unlike the nations now levelling accusations. The statement pointed out that the European Union had a bilateral trade of 67.5 billion euros with Russia in 2024, along with 17.2 billion euros in services the year prior, far exceeding India's total trade with Moscow. India also noted that US imports from Russia continue in sensitive sectors including uranium for nuclear power, palladium for electric vehicles, and a range of chemicals and fertilizers. Calling the criticism hypocritical and unjustified, the government concluded that India will take all necessary steps to safeguard its national interests and economic security.
All right, let's go back to Dr. Kaul joining us live. And Dr. Kaul, we had that report for our viewers to understand, what has been happening so they get a sense of what's happening. But India has really pushed back. So has Russia to the tariff threat by the US. Now, I want to ask you is that India's strong response is definitely pointing towards one fact, that India will not stand down. India will not be in any ways pushed by G7 economic dominance.
Absolutely. You see, currently the government in India is extremely strong, and India really needs a strong government, which luckily it has, because it has the largest population in the world, one of the youngest population, aspiring population, and most growth in tech-savvy population. And to be honest, like I'm telling you, for a growth story, you really need cheap energy. So India and the leadership is defending the best interest of the nation and the youth and the next generation. And cheap energy is what we need in US too. If you look at the data around here, we had really good run in the stock market, but it started coming down because of the tariffs. And inflation is rising in US because, as you know, the tariff hits the consumer the first. Later on, if you can bring the jobs back, that is a part 2 of the story, which again is spectacle whether it will happen or not. The other thing is joblessness numbers are going up in US. That's why you were seeing the retraction in the stock market as well. There is a lot of uncertainty and a lot of firing is happening in US. I'm attached as an AI healthcare expert, and in my own industry, there is a lot of firing happening in FANG, in any big companies, Amazon, Google.
Yes. Yeah, thank you joining us at Dr. Gaul. Thank you for joining us. I really have to move ahead right now, getting some more breaking updates coming in. So let's go ahead to the next set of breaking updates for our viewers. Now you will see pictures coming in live. Ceremonial welcome of the President Ferdinand R. Marcos of Philippines at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. pictures coming in from Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the President of Philippines has arrived on a 5-day state visit to India. And he is being accompanied by First Lady and a high-level delegation, including several cabinet ministers, other dignitaries and senior officials, in addition to business representatives.
What are your expectations from this visit?
Oh, well, I think it is a reaffirmation of the alliance and the partnership that we are strengthening. Where we used to refer to the Asia-Pacific region, we now refer to as the Indo-Pacific region, which is I think, a correct evolution of that understanding because of the global nature of all of politics and of all of trade and all of the economy. And to build upon what we already have had, but certainly to explore the many opportunities that have arisen in the past few years because of the new technologies and the changing state of the global economy and the geopolitics around us now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, viewers. So the Philippines president speaking there and speaking about the diplomatic relations between India and the Philippines. Remember, India's relations with the Philippines is an integral part of India's Act East policy, and also the vision of the Indo-Pacific. The state visit of the president coincides with the 75th anniversary of India-Philippines diplomatic relations. And this visit is an opportunity for both the leaders to set the path for future bilateral cooperation and to engage on regional and international issues of mutual interest, viewers. So you can see Prime Minister Modi and President Marcos together, and they're scheduled to hold bilateral discussions. President Marcos will also meet, as you can see, they've already met President Draupadi Murmu. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar will also call on President Marcos during the visit, and President Marcos will also visit Bengaluru before returning to the Philippines. So PM Modi shaking hands with the Philippines president and welcoming him to India for a productive talks that we can expect very soon, for productive bilateral talks which we can expect very soon, viewers. The President of Philippines is here at Rashtrapati Bhavan on a 5-day state visit to India. He's being accompanied by the First Lady, and with him he also has a high-level delegation, including several cabinet ministers, other dignitaries as senior officials, in addition to business representatives. So President Murmu and PM Modi welcomed the Philippines president, who is on a visit here to India. Diplomatic relationships between India and the Philippines were established in November 1949. Both countries have since developed a very strong partnership across a wide spectrum of areas, including trade and investment, defense and security, maritime cooperation, agriculture, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and digital technologies. The two countries also engage closely at a regional level, including through India's comprehensive strategic partnership with the ASEAN. The pictures coming in right now of the Philippines president, and we can expect both the sides, India and Philippines, to deepen maritime cooperation during this visit. So, all right, viewers. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking here at Republic TV. Breaking news coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrives for the key NDA parliamentary meet. That is right, the key NDA parliamentary meet, viewers, and a very, very important meeting which is taking place later on. And this is coming in as we see that Union Home Ministers arrive for that very important meeting. Now, remember that this is a meeting of the NDA parliamentary meet. The meeting will bring together MPs of the ruling alliance and mark a very rare full session gathering where important issues will be discussed. Especially this meeting is coming just amid the deadlock in the monsoon session of the parliament. We have seen so much of chaos in the parliament in the monsoon session, and we have seen the monsoon session being disrupted time and again. All right, let's go to Aishwarya joining us live from our newsroom. Aishwarya, we have seen the opposition stall a lot of sessions, and now we see a key NDA parliamentary meeting which will begin very soon. Top leaders are arriving. Yes, Aishwarya.
Absolutely. This is a very, very significant meeting, because considering the fact that it's the week 3 of the monsoon session of Parliament and not even a single bill has been passed in this entire session. And as far as yesterday is concerned, we saw the upper house did convene for a while. There were tributes that were paid as JMM leader Shibu Soren passed away yesterday, and there were tributes that were paid in the House. And after that, however, no legislative agenda was carried out, even after the Lok Sabha resumed at 2 p.m. After that also, the protests as far as the opposition's protest on SIR exercise in Bihar continued through the entire time. And as a result, this is the week 3 of monsoon session and not even a single bill has been passed. So considering that it is the monsoon session ongoing, this meeting assumes great significance, Shivangi, and also the fact that, the nomination process for the vice president election needs to also start. And the NDA, of course, it has the numbers as far as the electoral college numbers are concerned for the vice presidential candidate. However, it must give that name, and that entire process needs to be done by 21st of August. So considering, all these things that need to be done, and also a discussion on the legislative agenda and how to go forward in the monsoon session of Parliament, and devise a strategy to ensure that the bills are passed in Parliament, and there is a significant legislative agenda that needs to be carried out. Remember, there is a sports governance bill that is a very, very significant bill that needs to pass, under which the BCCI will also come into the purview of the sports ministry. So there are other bills as well that need to be passed. But considering that the opposition is continuing its protest not only outside Parliament but within the houses, both houses of Parliament as well, that is why this is a very, very key meeting that Prime Minister Modi is going to address today.
That's right. There were many key issues which we can expect to be discussed, and you were saying it's the VP elections, including the allegations which have been coming in from the opposition that the poll body is favouring the BJP. So we can expect many issues to be discussed. Aishwarya, if you could just take our viewers through what else we can expect to be discussed at this key meet.
Apart from these two issues, that is the vice president election and also the legislative agenda in the House, another issue that is likely to be addressed, Shivangi, would be how to counter the opposition's protest, because considering the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had made an appeal even before the starting of the monsoon session of Parliament, that there is a huge taxpayers' money that really goes in as far as any household session is concerned, any session is concerned. So how to counter that, how to ensure that there is some legislative business that is carried out, that is also going to be addressed.
Getting some more updates coming in. Prime Minister to be felicitated. We're coming to know that Prime Minister to be felicitated, Aishwarya, by the NDA MPs for the success of Operation Sindoor during the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting. And also coming to know that the women MPs have been requested to sit in the front row. So we're getting some updates about what is likely. This is the key NDA huddle. So, Aishwarya, we can expect PM Modi to also speak on Operation Sindoor, and he will also be felicitated over the success of Operation Sindoor. If you could just take our viewers through, these updates, because they've seen how the opposition has time and again questioned the success of Operation Sindoor.
Absolutely, Shivangi, but at the same time, we must also remember that despite no legislative agenda being carried out in monsoon session so far, there was a very, very productive discussion that we saw in both houses of Parliament as far as the issue of Operation Sindoor is concerned. And in this particular debate, we saw not only the NDA constituents, but also great participation from the opposition parties as well. And there was a very, very productive discussion to say, whether we talk about Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, the opposition members also participated in equally, whether we talk of Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and other opposition members as well. Very, very strong point there put up by the government there, and it strongly defended Operation Sindoor, and it hailed the success of Operation Sindoor, and that is also likely to be discussed in the NDA meet that you can see on your TV screens. The leaders coming in for that very, very important NDA meeting that is going to be held. We'll get you all the updates on that big story after a short break. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला,
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years. And
Top headlines at 9:30 a.m. Within 90 minutes of Trump's tariff threat, Modi government puts out a strong response. MES statement calls out United States hypocrisy, says Trump administration continues trade with Russia. India pulls national interest first, government says trade with Russia to continue. External Affairs Minister says collective desire to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. Prime Minister Modi to chair NDA parliamentary meeting amid ongoing monsoon session. Enforcement Directorate summons business tycoon Anil Ambani in loan fraud case, leaves for the national capital. 6 years of abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, but National Conference, Congress and the PDP to observe Black Day today. And we're getting in some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the loan fraud case of business tycoon Anil Ambani, where we learn that he's now left for the national capital. Remember, he has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate today. He's been asked to appear before the ED in the loan fraud case. We learn that he's already left for the national capital. In just some moments from now is when his questioning will begin. Remember, it's a multi-crore fraud that we're talking about here. Anil Ambani is under lens. It is over rupees 14,000 crore loan fraud by Reliance Communications Limited. Reliance Communications, Anil Ambani, has been classified as fraudulent. SBI had reported to RBI preparing to file a complaint with the CBI. The Canara Bank cheated of more than rupees 1,050 crores. Foreign bank accounts and foreign assets are also to be probed. Aditya, my colleague, is tracking that story. He joins me live from the national capital on that. Aditya, talk to us about what is expected as far as the Enforcement Directorate headquarters are concerned, and what time is Anil Ambani supposed to reach there?
There are three major updates coming in from the ED. The first, Anil Ambani is set to be in the ED interrogation today. Second, the ED is likely to also summon at least seven top executives from the Reliance Group. And third, even the top executive of the banks who gave loan and who failed to get the loan back will also be questioned by the ED on the part of their due diligence. So in this case, the web has been spun where the Anil Ambani, the top executives of the Reliance Group, and even the top executive of the bank will also be part of the interrogation. Today, the matter is regarding the investigation of loan fraud, which is in majorly in Reliance Communication and RHFL. In the RHFL case earlier, we have seen two reports coming in from SEBI and NFRA. NFRA has already debarred the auditors of the RHFL, and SEBI, in their order, has fined 1 crore on Anil Ambani for actually be a part of a corporate misgovernance happening in the RHFL during his part.
Right. Aditya, talk to us about when is Anil Ambani supposed to reach at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters? When is the questioning period likely to start? We learned that he's already left from his Mumbai residence. I believe he will be reaching the national capital in just a short while from now.
Yes, he'll be in the ED headquarters short while now, and the questioning will be quite tough. This is not just a financial issue. This is the criminal intent applied to a financial issue. Now, earlier what Anil Ambani has faced was a matter before NCLT or in the matter regarding insolvency of a financial stature. But this one is different. So in this case, the investigation will be much deeper, will have much severe impact on financial as well as professional and personal part of Anil Ambani while he was in the RHFL or while he was in the decision making of the Reliance Group. So this investigation, this interrogation will be long, will actually be
right,
more
Aditya.
impactful. True.
Right. Aditya, thank you very much for sharing us those details. We are keeping a very close watch as far as this case is concerned. Anil Ambani, remember, has been summoned today. He will be appearing before the ED today, summoning to begin in just a short while from now. We move on to some other updates that we are tracking, and this is in regard with the NDA parliamentary meeting that is underway in the national capital. We learned that the Prime Minister will be addressing the NDA MPs. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has already arrived for the key NDA parliamentary meeting. Remember, this meet comes as a very, very crucial one amid a time when the Vice President election nominations are supposed to happen, and that's going to be on the 7th of August. Also, it comes at a time when the nation is celebrating Operation Sindhu's success. The MPs, we learn, will be felicitating the Prime Minister for the success on Operation Sindoor. The meeting, we learn, has already begun in the national capital, and this is a parliamentary affairs meeting. All the NDA MPs will be present there. Prime Minister Modi has already arrived in the parliament premises. This meet comes just days before the Vice President nominations that's going to begin on August 7th. Also amid the logjam that is consistent in the parliament, and this comes after the opposition has been demanding for a discussion on the SIR. It remains to be seen on what the Prime Minister tells his MPs. Remember, very likely news points, key news points are to come out of the crucial meeting that is going to be held. Will he tell his MPs? Will he address his MPs on the issue of Trump tariffs war? Also remains to be a certain key question in the minds of the people. Aishwarya, my colleague, is joining me live from the newsroom on that. Aishwarya, this crucial NDA parliamentary meeting comes at a time when there are 2-3 issues that are taking the nation by a firestorm. Number one, of course, being the Vice President elections. The nominations are going to begin from the 7th of August. It also comes at a time when there is logjam in the parliament, and at a time when Trump has escalated tariff war in India. What are you learning? What could the meeting be all about? And the Prime Minister's address is obviously going to be one that the nation will be looking forward to.
Absolutely, Tanisha. So there are, as you mentioned, there are 3 or 4 main issues that are likely to be discussed during this NDA parliamentary meeting. So this is an NDA meeting, which means that all the constituents of the NDA would be here. And as we understand, the meeting is still on. So the key issues that are likely to be discussed is, of course, since the monsoon session is ongoing, it is week 3 of the monsoon session. And except for a debate that we saw on the Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor, no legislative agenda really has been done. Yesterday, we were hoping for some agenda to be carried out, but again, the opposition protest on the Bihar SIR exercise continued, both outside the parliament and inside the parliament as well. So that is, of course, one issue that is going to take the center stage on how to ensure that the parliament runs smoothly, how to ensure that there is some legislative agenda that is carried out in both houses of parliament, because, this is something that Prime Minister Modi had also given a message even before the monsoon session began, that there is a huge taxpayers' money that goes into each session of parliament, and it is very important to carry out the legislative agenda. So that is one issue, of course, that is going to be taken up. And as you mentioned earlier as well, that the sources are telling us that there is likely to be felicitation of the Prime Minister on a very, very significant Operation Sindoor. And you remember this debate was also seen in both houses of parliament. 2-day debate was seen where the government, took a very, very strong stand against terror, and how Operation Sindoor was carried out, and how did India reach out to its allies, and gave a message of how terror has been emanating from a foreign soil, and India won't tolerate that. So Operation Sindoor, that is also, of course, one of the issues. And since it is an NDA meeting, Tanisha, which means that Prime Minister Modi is also likely to send a message of how to reach the voters, how to encourage them, and how
Absolutely.
to
Yes. Aishwarya, stay with me. I'm also being joined by Harsha. Harsha, this meeting comes ahead of very, very crucial times. Just yesterday, it was Donald Trump trying to arm twist India by hiking tariff against India. The Ministry of External Affairs, in fact, yesterday had put out a very, very strong statement. And of course, this is via the Prime Minister, where where India had made it clear that we will not tolerate anybody who tries to threaten our economic sovereignty. Do you think the Prime Minister is going to address Trump's tariff threat as well? Because this is a key issue that is going to be raised in the parliament by the opposition as well.
No, Tanisha, that's not going to be the issue, because I'll tell you, because the NDA meeting works very differently. We have to understand the process. And also, most of our viewers don't know this, but every parliament session, PM Modi and the ruling party, the NDA government especially, calls for this NDA party meeting, because the ruling party NDA has always kept its MPs on toes, and we very well know there's a Bihar election later this year, and it's very much important that not only Bihar but message goes across each and every state that how Operation Sindoor was conducted and how on each and every zone Prime Minister Narendra Modi has stated that it was country's well. There was 100% strike rate, and the message not only went from the parliament, but it has to be said that confidence has to be inducted in the parliamentarians as well, the NDA allies as well. Therefore, message has to go not only from Delhi but from their respective constituencies as well. In this meeting, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will speak about Operation Sindoor, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be felicitated by the Member of Parliament on the success of Operation Sindoor, because after Operation Sindoor, this is the first Parliament monsoon session which is happening in between. After Operation Sindoor, there was no Parliament session, so MPs will be congratulating and felicitating Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They will also be highlighting how was the success of Operation Sindoor, what different delegations and the party leaders of opposition parties also mentioned. Not only this, how the discussion went in Parliament as well. We very well know Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself addressed in Lok Sabha, and how very well each and every responsible opposition was given and also lambasted on the fake claims of opposition parties as well. So that we have seen in the Lok Sabha. But today this meeting is very important, keeping in mind, Tanisha, that now today the task will be assigned, and government is going to tell each and every ally, be it LJP, Apna Dal, TDP, JDU, that they have to go to each and every their respective constituencies. They have to go back to their state and tell exactly how many yojnas and schemes have been fulfilled, which were brought for the citizens of the country. They have been fulfilled. The promises have been fulfilled. The message for Bihar elections will not only go from Delhi but also from different constituencies as well, because we very well know there will be several star pracharaks in the Bihar Assembly election. But it's not only Bihar Assembly election. Next year there is Tamil Nadu and West Bengal as well. And Tanisha, we know the working style of BJP party. They work 24/7. They work 365 days in a year. There's no stoppage to the work and how they keep themselves on the toes. And that is all. And that is going to be the mantra which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to deliver while addressing all the Member of Parliament. The meeting has already begun. It will go on for 45 minutes to 1 hour. We're expecting it to conclude at around 10:30 a.m. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, one last question before I let you go. Are we also expecting some statements from the Prime Minister where he is likely to address the NDA MPs? Like it happens always whenever a monsoon session is conducted, the Prime Minister addresses his MPs. The key points are then given out to the media. Are we expecting that today as well?
So Tanisha, there will be no address in the media by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because at the start of monsoon session already Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the country and to the media as well. But today Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to speak directly from the dais with the Member of Parliament. Whatever the mantras Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be giving, it will be to the Member of Parliament. It will not go out open in public, but yes, from our sources we'll get to learn exactly what was the details of the meeting, what exactly Prime Minister spoke from the dais. We'll get to know. For our viewers, we'll take out these from sources. But yes, it's going to be no formal address from Prime Minister. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you very much for getting those details. We're tracking that story very closely. More updates to continue on that. We'll get you more details on what the NDA parliamentary meeting is going to be all about, and what are the crucial news points that the Prime Minister has addressed to its Member of Parliaments of the NDA. We'll get you all that and much more, but for now it's time for us to slip into a short break, and after the break we'll get you the details of how a major terror hideout has been busted in Kupwara. Also coming up after the break, details on ED heat on Anil Ambani regarding loan fraud case.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. महमूद मुजावर जी, थैंक यू, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, मुजावर जी?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर। सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने ATS के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला ATS ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मुजावर
to some live visuals that we're getting from inside the NDA parliamentary meet. That is all that's begun already. Prime Minister there with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. All the NDA MPs there being seated. I can also see Union Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with other NDA Member of Parliaments who are there present inside the meeting. We can see, we can hear some live visuals and naps of the meeting that was being conducted inside the parliamentary premises. There are a round of applause that are being given. We learned that the Prime Minister will be felicitated by the NDA MPs on the success of Operation Sindhu. Remember, this is a very crucial meeting that is being held inside the Parliament complex. On your screens, our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Beside him is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On Prime Minister Modi's left-hand side is JP Nadda, and beside JP Nadda is Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's seated there. Round of applauses being given. Prahlad Joshi, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. Let's also listen into what's happening inside the meeting.
NDA on Pahalgam represented. The NDA parliamentary party salutes the unmatched courage and unwavering commitment during Operation Sindhu and Operation Mahadev. Their courage, highlights and leadership displayed by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi during this time. This unwavering resolve ignited a renewed spirit of unity and pride in the hearts of all Indians. On 22nd April, Pakistan-based terrorist group, the Resistance Front, a front and proxy of Lashkar-e-Taiba, inflicted a devastation people in cold blood and segregating them based on their April in Madhubani in Bihar. Today, from
All right, I believe that was Kiran Rijiju, Union Minister, who was addressing the key NDA parliamentary meeting. He starts with applauding the Prime Minister for the success of Operation Sindoor, recalling how our armed forces fought very, very bravely against Pakistan's invasion of our territory and how we gave a befitting reply to Pakistan. A very important, crucial meeting that is being held inside the parliament premises. Kiran Rijiju is reading out the Operation Sindoor resolution is what we learn. This crucial meeting is being held. He is addressing the Prime Minister along with other NDA MPs. This is the first NDA parliamentary meeting since Operation Sindoor has begun, and that's why it's of highly significant. Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, BJP President JP Nadda are all present inside the meeting. This meeting is being held inside the parliamentary premises. We are tracking that live story. But for now, it's time for us to slip into our break. Getting you details after the break are the inside details of the key NDA parliamentary meeting.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला,
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So,
Thank you for staying with Republic, getting you the inside visuals of the NDA parliamentary meeting that is underway. In a short while from now, the Prime Minister will be addressing the Member of Parliament of the NDA. In attendance is Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, the BJP President is also there. Our political editor Aishwarya Kapoor is joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, this key NDA parliamentary meeting is the first of a kind because it comes after Operation Sindoor. What are the details that we are getting? All right, we seem to have lost that line with Aishwarya Kapoor, getting you the details of what's happening inside the NDA parliamentary meeting. All the women NDA MPs have given bouquets to the Prime Minister, and sloganeering also took place for the success of Operation Sindoor. JP Nadda has now started with the address. We learn that just before JP Nadda, it was Kiran Rijiju who was reading out the resolution on Operation Sindoor. This key parliamentary meeting of the NDA, remember, comes in the backdrop of the success of Operation Sindoor. And we're getting you the details on that, but time for us to now slip into a short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies, and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. The R4 Sports and Republic TV. Good luck.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान,
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years.
All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in. NDA parliamentary meeting is currently underway. Remember, as the session starts at 11 a.m., prior to that, we have this very, very significant meeting. These are the visuals that we are getting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been felicitated at the NDA parliamentary meeting. And remember, this is a huge gathering. This is the first such gathering during the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament. This is a high-stakes meeting that is being held in the Parliament complex, and we are witnessing the participation of all the members of Parliament from the BJP and also its alliance partners. And Prime Minister Modi has also been felicitated at this very, very important meeting. So this parliamentary party meeting comes at a very, very crucial juncture. Shivangi, my colleague, is now joining us live from the newsroom for more. Shivangi, very, very important NDA constituents meeting there, and we just saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi being felicitated. Of course, there are a host of issues that are likely to be discussed in this particular session. What can we expect? Of course, the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament is there. The vice presidential election, and what are the other significant issues that are likely to be discussed in this meeting?
Right, let's put those pictures out right now, Shaurya, which we see on our screens, where you see that the Prime Minister Modi is being garlanded by the top NDA leaders, and this is coming ahead as a key NDA huddle is going to take place. And very important to note that PM Modi will be felicitated for Operation Sindoor. He is being garlanded, and he is being congratulated for the success of Operation Sindoor. Even after we saw that the opposition had raised multiple points during the monsoon session and had questioned Operation Sindoor, the success of Operation Sindoor, we saw the government gave back-to-back replies to the opposition on Operation Sindoor and made it very, very clear. Remember that as the monsoon session, the debate on Operation Sindoor was ongoing, Ashwarya, it was very, very clear that the government took a very strong stand, and every point which is raised by the opposition was met with a response from the government, from Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, from the External Affairs Minister, Jaishankar, where they spoke specifically about how talks and terror do not go together. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah also spoke very, very clearly that those who were involved in the Pahalgam terror attack, those terrorists have been neutralized in Operation Mahadev, and the link to Pakistan was very, very clear because ID cards were recovered which were of Pakistan origin on those terrorists. So it was extremely important pictures coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see that PM Modi is being congratulated on the success of Operation Sindoor, and we can expect later on, already top leaders have arrived for this very, very important meeting, Ashwarya, and we can expect many issues to be discussed. Of course, the vice presidential elections, which are due very soon. And also, secondly, there are a lot of allegations which are coming in from the opposition that the poll body, the election commission, is favouring the BJP. So we can expect talks on that as well.
Right, Shivangi, just also take us through as far as the election of the Vice President is concerned. Of course, the BJP-led bloc will have to announce a candidate because 7th of August is the date when the process begins, and 21st of August is the date when the entire nomination process ends. Of course, it is a certainty that given the numbers that the NDA alliance has, it be a walkthrough really for the candidate. But the BJP has to ensure that all its constituents, all the allies are on the same page as far as the vice presidential candidate is concerned.
That's right. So VP polls are on 9 September. So we already saw the dates have already come out for the vice presidential polls. And remember that the VP elections are very important because as per the premises in the constitution, it's very important to fill the post of the vice president if a vacancy has happened midterm. So given the fact that this NDA key hurdle is happening just before the VP elections is going to definitely be very important. Remember, the Electoral College for the VP polls include MPs of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Current strength is 782. And if the opposition names a candidate, the distinct possibility, then the poll is scheduled to be held on 9 September. And remember that when we talk about numbers as well, the BJP lost majority, but comfortably has crossed the halfway mark with the allies. So the allies will play a very, very big role when it comes to the VP elections right now, Ashwarya. But of course, we'll be waiting for more details on that. VP elections being very, very important issue, which will be discussed in this key NDA huddle.
All right, Shivangi, thank you so much for those details there. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. The Modi government issued a strong worded statement on Monday in response to US President Donald Trump's fresh tariff warning. Now, in a statement that was issued by the Ministry of External Affairs, the government has stated that it has been targeted by the United States and EU over its purchase of Russian oil. And earlier on Monday, Donald Trump took to Truth Social and warned of more tariffs on India for its purchase of Russian oil and military products amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. Now, taking to X, the Ministry of External Affairs issued the following statement that India has been targeted by the United States and the European Union for importing oil from Russia after the commencement of the Ukraine conflict, and the MEA further added that the United States at that time actively encouraged such imports by India for strengthening global energy markets stability. So, a strong worded statement coming in from the MEA. And this after US President Donald Trump issued fresh threats. All right, let's get a perspective. Purnima Nath, Republican Party leader and geopolitical analyst, is now joining us from Wisconsin. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here on Republic TV. Ma'am, I would like to know from you your views on US President Donald Trump issuing fresh threats and that too for buying Russian oil and what he claims is India reselling it. But India has definitely hit back. The MEA, the Ministry of External Affairs, has hit back at the US president and has said that the imports from Russia will continue. How do you look at the entire situation now?
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. First of all, what I would like to say, I'd like to actually start with this. Russia and India actually proven a brilliant relationship for the last 79 years. It's a time-tested relationship. Now, India had been trying to build relationship with the United States for quite some time. Modi, arguably, the brilliant prime minister that India has today, had been most pro-American prime minister of India, and balancing the time-tested relationship of Russia along with the United States. India is doing business with United States, promising relationship that we saw in the first term of President Trump as well. At that time, as well as now, there are discussions of more oil buying, more weapon buying deals, that defense deals that we saw, that these are the discussion that has happened. But suddenly, have you ever seen Russian politicians ever throwing tantrums publicly, bullying and pressurizing, coercing PM Modi for his relationship with President Trump or United States of America? So the reason I say that, I think it's very, very important in what we are seeing today. This is not President Trump that we have seen in the first term. Something suddenly shifted because of what we see. This particular term seems to be a different agenda. He's very aggressive of BRICS. Of course, he's spoken about it. The day actually he took the oath, and similarly at the right away he spoke about Greenland and Panama, that we actually didn't hear much about anything during the campaign line. Even Pentagon official Pete Hegseth was questioned about it, whether they had a plan to forcefully take over Panama, Greenland, and Canada. And obviously they don't answer that, but this is public conversation and question as the secret. You can listen yourself. But this is quite concerning for a matter that India always played non-aligned policy. However, in this particular case, India cannot just bow down to any country, no matter who it is, to toe their line and put their people in danger. And if they don't buy Russian oil, which is 86%, it's not all from Russia, of course. The 86% of Indian import of oil comes from elsewhere. How can President Trump be using such reckless words towards another leader? Is beyond my understanding. It is not just him, but his base, his administration. They are amplifying the attack on India. But one thing that never gets spoken, ma'am, is the Indian American diaspora in America is getting hammered because of this, because they think that somehow Indian came over here to steal their job. Somehow H-1Bs are all frauds. Somehow these uneducated, dirty, filthy people are coming from India over here and taking over their companies. And
absolutely, we have to wait and watch then how this entire situation really affects the US-India bilateral ties as well. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here on Republic TV and sharing your perspective. And viewers, we have breaking news coming in. NDA Parliament regarding meeting is currently underway, and what we know right now that a resolution has been passed unanimously by NDA MPs on the success of Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev. So as we've been discussing, it's a very, very key meeting that is being held right now in Parliament premises. And one of the issues that has been discussed is, of course, Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev. And a resolution has been passed by the NDA MPs on the success of Operation Sindoor. Shivangi, my colleague, is now joining us from the newsroom. Shivangi, we saw those visuals there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi being felicitated there at the NDA parliamentary meeting there on the success of Operation Sindoor. And now we understand that a resolution has also passed by the NDA constituents there on the success of Operation Sindoor.
Right, we're getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, where we are learning that the resolution has been passed. And very important to note here that that the opposition has been going ahead and asking very tough questions from the centre on Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev. They have even gone ahead and questioned the role that the Indian Army has played. And even though we know that a lot from the opposition were part of the delegation, which went from all over the world, they were speaking about the success of Operation Sindoor, and still the opposition MPs had asked the centre about the success of Operation Sindoor in the Parliament monsoon session. So after that, we have seen how the centre and the government had given very strong replies to the opposition on Operation Sindoor. Now a resolution has been passed on the same. So these are back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And also taking our viewers through exactly what is happening in terms of the NDA key huddle, where we see that Prime Minister Modi is being felicitated and he was garlanded by the NDA allies and the NDA for the success of Operation Sindoor. He might be speaking. There are many agendas which are on the table already, like we had told our viewers this earlier, including the elections of the VP election. That's very important. Also, we see that many allegations had come in from the opposition side that the election commission is favouring the BJP. So that will be one of the issues which will be discussed very soon. So key leaders have already arrived there. And remember, this is coming in as PM Modi could be talking on a lot of issues. The parliamentary party is also likely to go ahead and speak on key issues just ahead of the strategy meet that they're having right now. And remember that this also includes all the allies of the NDA. So it's not the BJP, it's the key NDA allies are part of this meeting. Yes, Ashwarya.
Absolutely, Shivangi. And as you mentioned, Operation Sindoor there, how this has become a very important issue in the NDA parliamentary meet as well. We saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he was in Varanasi. He also spoke about Operation Sindoor there as well, and Operation Mahadev as well. And now he's, this issue is being taken at the NDA parliamentary constituent meet as well. So we can expect ahead of the assembly elections in many states that Operation Sindoor is going to be a key issue that will be invoked in across India in various states, even as elections are going to be held in several states later this year and next year as well.
That's right. It's very important to note that because, as we're telling our viewers, that it's very important to note that the opposition has time and again gone ahead and spoken about Operation Sindoor and not in the best light possible. So this is very important to note, given the fact that Union Home Minister, remember, had spoken in the Parliament. There was a very long debate which had taken place. Remember, there was a huge debate which had taken place, which went on for hours and hours on Operation Sindoor. And Union Home Minister had made it very clear that there is a Pakistan link when it comes to the terrorists who executed the Pahalgam attack and the terrorists which were neutralized during Operation Mahadev. So definitely Operation Sindoor becoming one of the top agendas on the list. And speaking of Operation Mahadev as well, this is very important because India really showed, and not just showed to Pakistan, because Pakistan, remember, has been denying that they are linked with the Pahalgam terror attack. They have maintained that, but because of Operation Mahadev, Sharia, and because India has recovered Pakistani ID cards. I repeat, Pakistani ID cards have been recovered from the terrorists during Operation Mahadev, which does not really really leave much room to question whether these terrorists were from Pakistan. It's very clear that they were, Shaurya. So this is definitely very important. So resolution has been passed both on Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev, Shaurya.
Absolutely, Shivangi. And of course, another issue that is likely to find resonance in the NDA meeting is, of course, going to be the SIR exercise in Bihar. Considering the fact, that the opposition has been hitting out at not only the Election Commission of India, but also the government of being in cahoots with the election body and manipulating the voter data there. And we have seen how, yesterday we saw Home Minister Amit Shah also, giving some more facts about the allegations that have been leveled against the Election Commission as well. So that is also one of the issues that is going to be discussed in this meeting, likely, right?
Right now we don't have much information about that because from what we understand, it is going to be more on yes, I mean, in a way that could be it, because remember that the opposition has been alleging that the Election Commission is favouring the BJP and the ruling party. So that is definitely something that will be coming up. Remember, the EC has already flagged, I repeat, the EC has already flagged that the current electoral voter list in Bihar has a lot of discrepancies. Remember that there are some voters that EC flagged in the original electoral rolls list which are not alive right now. They're deceased voters, that they are names which are coming up in 2 constituencies. So the EC had gone ahead and red flagged the original electoral rolls and the SIR is a new exercise to revamp the electoral rolls, so it's updated. The opposition, remember, was extremely unhappy about this, and they had been holding multiple rallies, not just in the parliament monsoon session. We have seen them hold all these protests every single day, literally, just before the parliament session has kicked off, and adjourning and leading to the stopping of the house. We've seen so many sessions being adjourned because opposition creating absolute ruckus over the SIR. But when the SIR exercise was first announced, you've seen that Rahul Gandhi, the Congress and other opposition leaders were seen in Bihar holding multiple protests. So definitely this is one of the top issues that can come up once again in this NDA huddle.
Right. And Shivangi, this is a NDA parliamentary meeting, and typically the Prime Minister uses these sort of meetings to also encourage the allies and to continue with their good work in their respective states and in their constituencies. But considering the fact that, now US President Donald Trump has threatened India with the tariffs on its purchase of Russian oil, is that one of the issues that is also might be discussed in this meeting?
Well, this is very important, because, of course, we have seen that this Donald Trump's statements which have been made over tariffs were one of the key updates and key issues which we saw in the parliament monsoon session, where the government had to reply on the allegations which Donald Trump has made. Remember, speaking of Donald Trump has made very, very absurd allegations earlier as well. For example, he said that he was the one who brokered the peace between India and Pakistan. So that has come up again and again in the parliament. But speaking specifically about the NDA meeting, this would, from what we understand, would focus more on the internal issues of India, because we have the VP elections which are coming up. Then we have the opposition not leaving the Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev issue out of the picture. And then we have the SIR issues. That is, like you mentioned, it is the opposition going ahead and blaming the BJP. That the EC is being favorable. The EC is being favorable to the BJP, especially when elections are around the corner. So we would expect that the talks would be on these issues, Aishwarya.
Absolutely. Shivangi, before the last general elections, PM Modi used to address these weekly meetings of the BJP parliamentary party, and that, of course, expanded to include allies. We have TDP, JDU and LJP. So this is very significant because meeting is coming in after a very, very long time, because this is now being attended by MPs of the entire ruling alliance, and the Prime Minister can discuss, of course, very important political and governance issue, and also on the government agenda in Parliament.
Well, like you said, Prime Minister Modi used to address weekly meetings with the BJP parliamentary meet. And like I had made that very clear, that this time it's the allies which are part of this NDA meet. Now, so allies, including TDP, JDU, LJP, Ram Vilas. The meeting is attended by the MPs of the ruling alliance. And before the last general elections, we see that, like you said, PM Modi held the BJP weekly meetings of the parliament, BJP parliamentary party. So this is the NDA meeting. That means all the allies of the BJP are part of this meeting, and they are present there when they congratulated PM Modi on the success of Operation Sindoor and the way that the centre took a strong stand, especially, and not just against Pakistan, but also a strong stand against the opposition, who has raised a lot of fingers at, and a lot of, in fact, even asked very, very important details about what really happened in Operation Sindoor, and they have even doubted the kind of success that India has got in sending a strong message to Pakistan. So meeting is attended by the MPs of the ruling alliance, and in these meetings we can expect them to discuss political and governance issues, sometimes touching on the government agenda in the parliament. And it's very important because there are a lot of issues which are being raised right now. And also there would be many questions on what's next when it comes to the VP election. That is right. It comes at a time when Parliament's monsoon session has mostly remained stalled. Opposition has disrupted many proceedings, and who will be the VP nominee? That is also something very important, because we see the meet could bring together allies and plan a common strategy to nominate the VP candidate. So we see that Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, and the BJP National Secretary is expected to work with the NDA allies to finalize the name of the VP nominee. So this is going to be very important. And we see that top NDA allies, TDP, JDU, LJP, all of them are part of this meeting. And we're still getting more updates coming in right now, Ashwarya, because what is very important that the NDA allies should ensure unity, especially when it comes to the VP election nomination.
Absolutely. So viewers, will keep getting you all the updates on that big story that we are tracking, and that is the NDA parliamentary meeting that is ongoing right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been felicitated in that meeting for the success of Operation Sindoor, and there are several key issues that are going to be discussed in that meeting. We'll keep getting you updates on that big story. But right now, we'll take a short break, and coming up ahead, the BSF busted a major terror hideout in North Kashmir's Kupwara. 12 Chinese grenades, Chinese pistol with ammunition have been recovered. Also, Enforcement Directorate summons Anil Ambani, asks him to appear at the ED headquarters for questioning. The details on those big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Stay tuned, viewers.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthier. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing R4 Sports all the best.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो,
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual...
Republic Nation First. Talent, निर्माण का real hero.
KND parliamentary meet held in Parliament Complex. PM Modi to address MPs. On the success of Operation Sindoor, PM Modi felicitated by the ND MPs. Russia responds to Trump's tariff escalation, says sanctions will not stop global shift. Security breach at Red Fort. 5 Bangladeshi nationals held for forcibly trying to enter premises ahead of Independence Day celebrations. Anil Ambani summoned in rupees 17,000 crore loan fraud case today. BSF busts major terror hideout in North Kashmir's Kupwara. 12 Chinese grenades, Chinese pistols recovered. Next updates coming in right now, viewers. Key NDA parliamentary meeting has now concluded, and this is coming in as we keep getting you top updates. PM Modi has been appreciated for the great success of Operation Sindoor. We see a resolution being passed on Operation Mahadev and Operation Sindoor in this meeting. And this is coming in as leaders of the ND bloc are also planning to stage a protest. So PM Modi will be going ahead and hopefully addressing this parliamentary meet which has just concluded. It's a get-together of ruling alliances MPs, which is being held after a considerable gap. The meeting comes in the middle of the parliament session, which has been all but a washout so far, except for a two-day discussion on the Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor. So viewers, remember that the parliament is not being able to function at all because the opposition parties are disrupting the Lok Sabha over demands of discussion on SIR. And Rajya Sabha was adjourned as a mark of respect as well for member Shibu Soren, who passed away. And because there has hardly been any kind of progress, we can expect that this will be one of the key discussions which has taken place in the parliament complex as PM Modi was welcomed and he got a thunderous applause amid chants of Har Har Mahadev after success of Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev at the NDA parliamentary party meeting. So back to what is coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see that NDA MPs have gone ahead and congratulated PM Modi for the success of Operation Sindoor. And this is coming in as we see that PM Modi was, when he entered, he was garlanded and there was a lot of, congratulatory messages for him. Har Har Mahadev could be heard being chanted by the NDA MPs for the response of the government to the recent Pahalgam terror attack and the successful execution of Operation Sindoor. A gesture took place during this parliamentary NDA meeting where we saw other allies of the NDA present as well. We'll of course get our viewers more updates as to what exactly happened inside that parliamentary meeting, but it was definitely what we saw from the looks of it. It is the success of Operation Sindoor which PM Modi was being congratulated for at that parliament meeting. Chants of Jai Shri Ram, Har Har Mahadev, the MPs offered the Prime Minister a garland and congratulated him on the success of Operation Sindoor. Resolution by the NDA MPs lauding the success of both Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev. The Prime Minister was then again appreciated by the alliance on the successful execution of the cross-border strike. The meeting also observed a moment of condolence for the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack as well. And newly elected MPs would also be introduced to PM Modi. Remember that this is the BJP-led parliamentary meeting. It's a gathering of the ruling alliance's MPs that is being held after a long time. This is the second such meeting since 2024 Lok Sabha elections, after the first on July 2nd and the first during ongoing monsoon session. The NDA meeting comes just days before the nomination process for the vice presidential election begins on August 7th. And with a clear majority in the Electoral College, comprising of 782 members from the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, the NDA's nominee is expected to win comfortably. So there will also be expected talks on the nominee of the NDA when it comes to the vice president. Remember, the last date for filing for VP is August 21st, which also marks the end of the current session. Let's go straight across to Harsha, who's joining us right now. Harsha, the NDA meeting is a key hurdle is just concluded a short while back. If you could just go ahead and take our viewers through what exactly happened inside the meeting, which points were discussed?
Yes, yes, the opposition, so the NDA party meeting has right now concluded. All the MPs are now entering in the House of the Parliament. But yes, there was the matter regarding Operation Sindoor. Resolution was passed on the success of Operation Sindoor. Not only this, the women MPs spoke to Prime Minister everything. But yes, still right now in the parliament, if we talk about the protest here, just now started by the opposition party, where Priyanka Gandhi and all of the opposition parties are at the Maktar door and are staging protest on the SIR issue. This is something which is not ending in any of the parliament session. So on the first day of the parliament monsoon session, what we see here are the placards by the opposition party leaders. We see Priyanka Gandhi in between and Sonia Gandhi also along with Priyanka Gandhi. All these senior leaders of opposition party, be it RJD, be it Congress party, be it DMK, be it BCPI, and other parties. All of them are here protesting, staging protests at the Makar Dwar, because the SIR issue is not taking, there is no stop to the SIR issue from the side of the opposition party. The opposition party has been stating that there should be debate and discussion on the SIR issue, while we very well know that how Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister had already stated that there would be no discussion on the SIR issue. First, it's very important to pass the bills in the Parliament, and NDA meeting has already concluded. So back to back, there's a movement in the Parliament. And this is what we are also gathering here from the Parliament, from our sources as well. The meeting which went on for 35 to 40 minutes saw the presence of all the NDA MPs, and also Prime Minister directly spoke on the success of Operation Sindhu. The women MPs were present there. They also spoke about their experience with the delegation when they went out with the delegation to different countries. So this is what we see here as we are reporting from the Parliament. On one side, the NDA meeting, which was called, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was facilitated on the success of Operation Sindoor. On the other side, what we see is that opposition is adamant for the discussion on Operation Sindoor, where opposition has been stating that without the discussion on SIR and without the discussion on the electoral rules in Bihar, the Parliament would not let to function. This is the reason the third week of the monsoon session is also witnessing the disruption from the side of the opposition party on the SIR issue, on the issue of the electoral rules. We have seen several statements coming from the side of the...
I'm really sorry to interrupt. right now because there is some business coming in right now. I really have to move ahead. Now we understand that a day after the escalation over tariff with Donald Trump, India has sent a very strong message once again, and NSA Doval to travel to Moscow. And this is coming in as US President Trump's threats of steep tariffs and pressure over India's trade with Russia are unlikely to disrupt the enduring strategic partnership between New Delhi and Moscow. But this is what we see, where India has made it very clear that just because US President Trump is threatening fresh tariffs does not mean that India is going to disrupt their relationship with Moscow. We see that the NSA National Security Advisor Ajit Doval will be visiting Moscow to reinforce bilateral ties amid growing pressure from Washington. That is right. And it's very important and indicating that India may seek deeper discounts from Moscow in response to Trump's recent remarks. And let's go. We'll try to connect to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on this in a short while from now, because we need a perspective. But it's very clear that India is not going to push down. It's not going to push its interests down. That's made very clear by the MEA, that India will not push down its interests, even if Trump goes ahead and makes these so-called threats to India. And we can expect the Ajit Doval's visit to go ahead and offer clarity on India's geopolitical strategy as it navigates a tough landscape, viewers. So these are some back-to-back events coming in right now on Republic TV, where India has made it very, very clear that they will not, I repeat, that they will not in any way, sort of form, are not going to compromise with their own self-interest. And MEA has clearly hit back at the US already and EU after Trump's fresh tariff threat, criticizing India while indulging in trade with Russia. India has strongly refuted Trump's tariff threats over Russian oil imports and saying national interest in energy security is more important than Trump's threats. India has highlighted hypocrisy, noting larger EU-Russia trade volumes. India has pushed down strongly against fresh tariffs threats by US President Trump, who accused New Delhi of profiting from discounted Russian crude and amid the Ukraine conflict. In a very sharp response, the MEA has already termed the criticism as unjustified and unreasonable, asserting that India would act to protect its national interest and economic security. MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal, remember, has already emphasized India's energy imports were driven by need, and India will take all the measures to safeguard its interest and economic security, underlining the country's commitment to stable and affordable energy access for its citizens. All right, back to where it's coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. And India has already called out, I repeat, India has already called out Europe's trade with Russia. India has pointed out the continued trade ties between Russia and Western nations, including those criticizing New Delhi. In 2024, the European Union, remember, recorded 65.5 billion euros in goods trade and more in services with Russia. And the MEA is clearly highlighting the Europe's trade with Russia extended beyond energy to sectors such as chemicals, fertilizers, iron and steel, and machinery. The US also has continued importing uranium, hexafluoride for its nuclear industry, palladium for its EV sector, and other essential commodities from Russia. So the MEA is saying that if US can do business with Russia, then why is Trump having problems with India doing business with Russia? So this is a huge update coming in where NSA Doval is going to go ahead, will be going to Moscow very, very soon. And this is coming in despite sharp warnings and tariff threats from Trump. India is determined to go ahead and maintain its strong strategic partnership with Russia. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval's visit to Moscow aims to reinforce ties amid rising pressure from Washington. US President Trump's threats of steep tariffs and pressure over India's trade with Russia are unlikely to disrupt the enduring strategic partnership between New Delhi and Moscow. We see that the NSA will be scheduled to go ahead and be in Moscow to reinforce bilateral ties amid growing pressure from Washington. Even though, like we said, that Trump is going ahead and putting pressure on India, India is making it very clear that they will not, I repeat, that they will not put their national interest aside. It's coming in after Trump announced a sharp increase in tariffs on Indian goods, citing India's continued import of Russian oil. In a post on social media, Trump says India is not only buying massive amounts of Russian oil, they are then, for much of the oil purchase, selling it on the open market for a big profit. They don't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by the Russian war machine. Asserting that India must pay for its ties with Russia, Trump said, because of this, I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India to the US. Last week, the Trump administration imposed a blanket 25% duty on all Indian goods. Okay, let's go straight across to Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, who's joining us. Abhishek, you know, it's very clear that this is coming in the backdrop of India making it very clear, Abhishek, that yes, India will not put down its self-interest just because Trump is threatening tariffs.
Well, yes, and Shivangi, you know, some disturbance here, but this visit, of course, would have been planned in advance. But the fact that it's going on and NSA Doval is visiting Moscow just the next day of President Trump really ratcheting up things, escalating tensions with India on the issue of tariffs, I think is a message. The kind of statement that was released by the Minister of External Affairs last evening, within 2 hours of that post by President Trump, I think was a strong message that we are not going to back off and that we are in this. If this is a game of staring down at each other, then we are game for it. There was some plain speaking. There was some statement of intent. There was some fact checking, and there was some holding of mirror in the statement that was released, and backing it up with a visit of the National Security Advisor to Moscow, I think underscores that message that came out of that statement, that on the issue of tariffs, I think the United States under President Trump is making a mistake. If it is very personal about President Trump, then maybe India is going to sit out this rest of the remainder of the term of President Trump, 2.5, 3 years, till the time he becomes a lame duck president. If not, then maybe both the sides have to go back to the negotiation table in right spirit, guided by these facts. And I think in that sense, this is double messaging there, underscoring of the message, in fact, not double messaging, but underscoring of the message of the statement by this visit of NSA Doval to Moscow, where we are told that he's going to continue to build up on the existing ties. And of course, this is also a message to Russia. This is also a message to China that we are in this world of in this multipolar world, essentially, on our own terms, and we are, in fact, one of the poles. So I think in that sense, this is a tremendous messaging coming in 24 hours and 12 hours of President Trump's post on tariffs, where he's seen to be escalating the tariff war with India, Shivangi.
That's right. And you know, Abhishek, this is very important for our viewers to understand that it's a message India is sending that India is not going to be dominated and essentially being pushed around by the dominance of the G7 economies.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that MEA's statement mentioned that we are a growing economy, we are a confident economy, we are a rising economy. And I think that was a clear jibe at President Trump for having called us a dead economy. Look at the way things have really changed. President Trump, to hide his embarrassment of the employment figures really going down in the United States and the economy a little wobbly there, had to sack the chief of statistics there, the chief of labor bureau there in the United States, blaming it on the incumbent being Biden-era appointee. Now, that's really, playing politics with some facts on the ground, which are that while the tariffs have given some cushion to the American Treasury, the fact of the matter is that the adverse effects of these tariffs are already kicking in. We saw how day before yesterday, for example, Amazon has decided that they are going to mark up in their bills what amount the end consumer in the United States is paying extra because of the tariffs imposed by President Trump. So I think in that sense, and that was another embarrassment for Trump. So I think he's fighting multiple battles. He's embarrassed at home front, on the economy front. He's frustrated that he's singularly failed to really make any headway in terms of getting ceasefire on the ground in the Ukraine-Russia war. And then, of course, from where we are reporting now, in Israel, the fact that the Israel-Hamas war continues and President Trump there, despite his emissary Steve Witkoff having spent a couple of days here in Tel Aviv and Gaza just a couple of days back, has not made much headway, and there is counter-pressure building up from the European powers, including France and the United Kingdom. So I think Trump seems to be in a bit of a diplomatic pincer, and he's responding to it in the only manner that he knows, just throwing around his weight, and that seems not to be working. And I think India, of course, underscoring its message that while we really value our relationship and the larger ties with the United States, but if it's becoming a game of staring down, then better be that we respond in kind, and that's the message coming in from the MEA statement and, of course, the visit of NSA Doval to Moscow.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for getting those details. Abhishek is reporting live from Israel as we keep tracking the fresh threats of Donald Trump and how India has stood its ground. Taking a short break, viewers. Much more coming right up. We are live and breaking. Key NDA parliamentary meeting held in Parliament Complex. PM Modi addresses MPs getting the inside details only on Republic TV. And on the success of Operation Sindoor, PM Modi has been appreciated by the NDA MPs. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthier. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing R4 Sports all the best.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, लो
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हिट तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
Kupwara has been a part of the ATS team that in.
All right, viewers, getting you some updates coming in right now, where we understand that ED heat on business tycoon Anil Ambani, because Anil Ambani is going to be appearing today before the probe agency ED for questioning in connection with an alleged rupees 17,000 crore worth bank loan fraud link money laundering case. He's leaving for New Delhi, so those pictures are coming in on you on your screens. The probe agency had issued summons to Anil Ambani, which has come days after the agency searched companies linked to Ambani and recovered a number of documents and computer peripherals from multiple locations. The probe agency has also returned to multiple banks seeking details of these allegations which are coming in, viewers. So we can see Anil Ambani leaving, and the ED has summoned simultaneously top executives as well with this alleged rupees 17,000 crore loan fraud case. And back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers, because remember that we have seen that Ambani has been directed to appear before investigators as well. Today itself, agency, however, has not released any official word or statement on this matter. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Aditya is joining us. Aditya, okay, we have startling revelations coming in. Anil Ambani leaving for Delhi. If you could just take our viewers through what we can expect next, when will Anil Ambani appear before the ED?
Well, there are updates coming in from the ED office that Anil Ambani has left from the airport, will be in the headquarters in a short while. Today, what we can expect is, see, in this case, there has been arrest being made already last week. The arrest has been made of Biswal for forging a bank guarantee statement. So today, what we can expect is, ED is likely to confront Biswal with Anil Ambani on verifying the fact which he presented before the ED. In the matter, he has already been extended the custody from Saturday to next day, which is Tuesday. So today, he will set to confront Anil Ambani within the ED office to verify the fact which ED would like to have, because in this matter, the only startling fact is that there has not been a corroborating evidence. What we need is actually a fact to be verified by both the parties on which the statement has been issued by the company. They allege that they have been frauded by issuing of a forged bank guarantee statement. But this need to be verified, to which the ED is likely to confront or bring them face-to-face today in the office to verify the facts relating to the forged bank statement of 68 crores, in which they allege around 5 crores have been bribed to bank guarantee statement had been received by the group.
All right, Aditya, thank you for joining us on those details. ED has raised multiple red flags in this case and also found questionable documents, including missing credit assessments and suspicious fund transfers between group entities. We will be coming back to the story very soon, but let's go ahead right now, viewers, because Delhi police has said that they have arrested 5 Bangladeshi illegal immigrants and launched an investigation. All of them are illegal immigrants, the police said, adding that they had tried to forcibly enter the Red Fort premises. That is right. Now, the age of all these illegal immigrants is between 20 to 25 years of age, and they work as laborers in Delhi. Police have now recovered some Bangladeshi documents from them. Currently, they are being interrogated. That's what the police has said. Security breached at Red Fort. I repeat, security breached at Red Fort. We'll try to, of course, get our viewers more updates, but this is what we see right now. Remember, there already has been so much of effort which is being put, I repeat, which is being put to identify and deport illegal immigrants, especially of Bangladesh origin.
स्वतंत्रता दिवस से पहले ही दिल्ली के लाल किले पर बड़ी लापरवाही देखने को मिली है। आपको बता दें कि जबरन 5 बांग्लादेशी जो है लाल किला परिसर के अंदर घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। फिलहाल यहाँ पर आप सुरक्षा देखेंगे तो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था चाक चौबंद कर दी गई है। स्वतंत्रता दिवस से ठीक पहले लाल किले की सुरक्षा में बड़ी लापरवाही सामने आई है। दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल की टीम एक डमी बम लेकर लाल किले में शनिवार को प्रवेश कर गई। स्पेशल सेल का मकसद लाल किले की सुरक्षा को चेक करना था। इस दौरान लाल किले की सुरक्षा में कई सिक्योरिटी लेयर्स में चूक हुई है। इस लापरवाही को गंभीर मानते हुए डीसीपी नॉर्थ दिल्ली राजा भाटिया ने तत्काल कार्रवाई करते हुए ड्यूटी पर तैनात 7 पुलिसकर्मियों को निलंबित कर दिया है। इनमें दिल्ली पुलिस वे जवान शामिल हैं जो उस समय लाल किले की सुरक्षा के लिए नियुक्त किए गए थे। इसके साथ ही डीसीपी नॉर्थ दिल्ली राजा भाटिया ने सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को तत्काल समीक्षा को सख्त करने का निर्देश दिया है। फिलहाल यहां पर आप देखेंगे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ा दी गई है क्योंकि 5 बांग्लादेशी जो पकड़े गए हैं वो अवैध तरीके से यहां पर रह रहे थे, यहां पर मजदूरी करते थे। 24 से 25 साल की उम्र के ये 5 लड़के हैं। इनके पास से कई ऐसे डॉक्यूमेंट्स बरामद हुए हैं जो साफ तौर पर ये दिखाता है कि ये पूरे तरीके से
All right, pictures coming in right now, viewers. The pictures coming in from the parliament. As we keep getting you more updates, we see that the monsoon session is continuing. We can see Rajnath Singh, we can see JP Nadda, we can see Kiran Rijiju right over there on your screens, viewers. And this is just post that a very important NDA meeting which has just gotten over. I repeat, it's just gotten over. And we can see Amit Shah as well, Union Home Minister, top leaders arriving right over there after that very important NDA meeting, which has just concluded a short while back. Remember that already we saw that PM Modi was being appreciated in the key huddle for the success of Operation Sindoor. We saw that. Okay, getting some of it coming in. Anil Ambani, I repeat, it looks like Anil Ambani is going to be interrogated, remember, by the ED. So we have just cut across to these pictures which are coming in right now because Anil Ambani has been summoned by the ED. These pictures are just coming in right now. ED to question Anil Ambani today in the rupees 17,000 crore loan fraud scam. And remember that he said to appear before the ED for questioning in connection with the rupees 17,000 crore bank loan fraud and money laundering case. A summons issued on August 1st come just days after the agency conducted searches at many locations linked to Ambani, seizing documents and computer equipment as part of its ongoing investigation. Already we see that one arrest has already been made in this case. Raids are happening at 35 locations, 50 firms are under the scanner. Then there's also one more angle being investigated, that is the Yes Bank loan diversion and evergreening strategy, which is being investigated right now. The ED's actions are supported by FIRs filed by the CBI and alerts from SEBI, Bank of Baroda, National Housing Bank, amongst others.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Donald Trump has escalated the tariff war because he has cited India-Russia oil trade to substantially increase the tariffs paid by India to the United States. And this is a pressure tactics that he's resorting to before his team arrives in India for the next round of talks. We'll get to all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. PM Modi felicitated by NDA MPs on the success of Operation Sindoor. Day after Donald Trump escalates tariff war with India, NSA Doval heads to Moscow. Russia responds to Trump's tariff escalation, says sanctions won't stop global shift. Major security breach at Red Fort. 5 Bangladeshi nationals held for forcibly trying to enter the premises ahead of Independence Day celebrations. Anil Ambani is summoned in the 17,000 crore loan fraud case. He arrives at the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters. BSF busts major terror hideout in North Kashmir's Kupwara. 12 Chinese grenades, Chinese pistols have been recovered. Well, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in, and this as far as Anil Ambani's summons by the ED is concerned. He has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, this in connection with the 17,000 crore loan fraud. The Enforcement Directorate's officials are probing an alleged 17,000 crore bank loan fraud involving multiple companies under Anil Ambani. And the core of the investigation, viewers, concerns massive loan defaults and disputed practices spanning financial year 2017 to 2021. Including allegations of fund diversions, fake guarantees, and also evergreening of loans and bribery. We have Aditya joining us live. Aditya, tell us what's happening. Anil Ambani is appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. What is the ED looking into? Aditya.
Well, the first, Anil Ambani has reached the ED office. First of all, Anil Ambani has reached the ED office today, and today the investigation is all about a fact, about verifying facts that whether a forged bank guarantee of 5.40 crores were issued by the Biswal to the Reliance Group to get a bank guarantee of 68.2 crores. Now this is a bribe for forged bank guarantee statement to allot a tender of SECI. This is the first matter on which the ED is set to confront the Biswal and Anil Ambani in the same room, on the same table to verify the fact. In this case, the Biswal was arrested on August 1. Last Saturday, the matter was before the special court, in which the special court extended the custody of Biswal to the ED till tomorrow. Now today, Anil Ambani was called for hearing in ED headquarters. So today, this will be a confrontation, a face-to-face between Anil Ambani and Biswal on whether the fact presented by the Biswal before the ED has some evidentiary or credible value. And the second is the bribe to loan. The bribe to loan case is about Yes Bank, in which earlier findings by the ED has found out that a certain amount or a bribe was paid to the Yes Bank before assigning or approval of loans up to 3,000 crores. So there are two bribe cases here. The first about forged bank guarantee, and second about issuance of loan by the Yes Bank. And the third, the matter is also being assigned or being supervised by the SEBI and the NFRA. Last year, SEBI has found for the case of RHFL that Anil Ambani was the mastermind of diverting around 6,000 crores rupee on a GPCL which led to an NPA of RHFL money. And second, about NFRA findings on the auditors. Now, in this case, the auditors who were there in the RHFL for 2018 and 19 were debarred from the market before PwC was allotted and assigned, and then PwC resigned and asked the government to investigate what's actually happening with the financial of RHFL. So in this case, the major updates are the first about the bribes, that the group has given bribe to forge a bank guarantee statement to ensure a SECI tender. And second, bank issued money or bribe as an act of quid pro quo to advance loan from the Yes Bank just prior to the approval of loans.
Also, Aditya, is there a larger pattern of such, fake guarantees in Anil Ambani's tenders, or was this the first such, fake guarantee that was signed by them?
This fake guarantee scheme actually is a quite curious case, because the company alleges here that they have been defrauded by issuance of a fake bank guarantee. In their statement, they allege that a fake bank guarantee was issued, which actually defrauds the company, and the company alleges that they have filed a FIR in Delhi regarding the matter. So in this case, the point is that now EDI need to confront both Biswal and Anil Ambani to ensure what is the credible fact here. The first, whether they both were in cohorts together, or second, Biswal actually defrauded Anil Ambani to issue a forged bank guarantee to get or allot a SECI tender. Now this is a big, and that's why on last Saturday, ED actually extended the custody for the Biswal till Tuesday. So today they can actually confront both on the same room, on the same table, and get the facts straight, that whether both were in cohorts together, or actually did Biswal defrauded Anil Ambani by issuing a forged bank guarantee on which the ED alleged that around 5 crores
right, Aditya,
were paid.
And today, like you said, Anil Ambani could be confronted by Biswal, who was picked up on August 1st by the Enforcement Directorate. And whether this is the only guarantee or whether there is a larger pattern of such fake guarantees, that is something that the Enforcement Directorate will be probing. And we are also picking up details on the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting. We'll also get you the details of what exactly is happening in this particular key meeting chaired by the Prime Minister, who also addressed the MPs and also brought up the SC questioning Rahul Gandhi on his comments on Galwan clash. The Prime Minister has said that Rahul gives such childish statements on issues and that the top court has reprimanded him. This is the Prime Minister's statement coming in. This while addressing his MPs. He has called out Rahul Gandhi's childish statements and also how the Supreme Court completely disapproved Rahul Gandhi's remarks on the Galwan Valley clash. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had put out a social media post claiming that 2,000 square kilometers of land was ceded to the Chinese, and he has also made such statements in his consequent posts as well, completely mocking our armed forces and also demoralizing them. Yesterday, the Supreme Court had disapproved it, saying that any Indian wouldn't make such statements against national interest. We have Aishwarya joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister has made some strong remarks calling out Rahul Gandhi's childish remarks on the Galwan Valley clash.
Well, as far as the BJP is concerned and the Prime Minister himself, they have been taking on the opposition. And then Rahul Gandhi seems to be giving more and more opportunity to them. Today in the NDA all-party meeting and the NDA parliamentary party meeting, beg your pardon, the Prime Minister raised the issue of the recent Pahalgam terror attack and also Operation Sindoor. And in that regard, then he referred that the opposition leaders, how they have been reacting and specifically commented on Rahul Gandhi's comment. So what is happening is that Rahul Gandhi keeps on making these silly and not silly but stupid comments without any facts. If Rahul Gandhi really wants to rake up this issue, he should rake up not just by random statements but with facts. And that is where the BJP gets a hand up and they take down Rahul Gandhi. And this time around, Prime Minister hitting back at the LOP, taking his name, categorically saying that these kind of absurd and stupid comments are made deliberately. And we have already seen BJP making a point that how Congress is deliberately making anti-India and anti-Indian armed forces comments. So this is in the same view. But if politically speaking, the only opposition party which basically seems to be moving a very smart way is the Samajwadi Party, where they are keeping a safe distance from Congress as well while taking on the BJP. Back to you.
That's right, Aishwarya. Also help us understand the other key details of this particular meeting, Aishwarya. What is happening? The Prime Minister, JP Nadda, HM Shah, all of them were present in this key meeting. Tell us about what really transpired behind closed doors.
Well, it was very clear as far as the BJP and the NDA parliamentary party meeting is concerned. It was that the Prime Minister raised the issue of Operation Sindoor, and it was the first NDA parliamentary party meeting after Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister was congratulated for taking such a strong decision in this regard. We have those visuals as well, if we could play them, where we can see BJP National President, the Home Minister, and Raksha Mantri congratulating the Prime Minister and the complete NDA parliamentary party meeting, giving its consent to it. Also, what we are being told, that specific issue of Pakistan, POK, all of these were discussed. And in the same regard, the comment of the leader of opposition.
Right, Aishwarya, I'm sorry to cut you short here, but we also have Udit Raj, Congress leader, joining us on the phone line. A very good morning to you, Mr. Udit Raj. Yesterday, the Supreme Court has disapproved Rahul Gandhi's statement, saying that these are unsubstantiated claims made by your party's LOP. How do you react on it?
It's of political issues, and then of course by going by this standard, then there are 1,000 things which Mr. Modi has to prove, and they had said that Hindus are in danger. Can they prove it? Then of course a judge has not. Judge opinion is not welcome opinion, and it is a biased opinion. And of course, the purview and jurisdiction of judiciary is to interpret the law, not to interfere in political issues, and not to guide and instruct that who will.
Sir, how do you respond to PM Modi's remark? He has said that Rahul Gandhi's statements are childish, and often he makes them, and this time as well, his party and his India bloc are going against Operation Sindoor, which is like digging their own graves. This is exactly what the PM has said.
See, whatever Rahulji had been saying eventually that proves, be it farm law, be it COVID-19, be it unemployment, be it a foreign policy of India, and on the floor of the parliament, Rahulji had said that biggest crime was done by Modi government by bringing China and Pakistan together, and that finally proved during Indo-Pak war. So what happened that it's a subjective thing. If the judge has spoken, then definitely Mr. Modi lies, and of course, and he is a failed prime minister at all front. Of course, he lies and lies, and we don't take him seriously because he has made the joke of the country all over the world, globally.
Right, Mr. Udit Raj, thank you for joining us live on this broadcast. Let me also go across to my colleague Tanisha, who's joining. In fact, before I go to Tanisha, let me go to Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad, every single time it is the Congress party that's scoring a self-goal by going against national interest. Rahul Gandhi's, unsubstantiated claims were called out by the Supreme Court. And now the Prime Minister has also made a very, very strong remark as far as opposition's stand is concerned. Shehzad, if you could hear me.
Yeah, I didn't know that was addressed to me. Anyway, the question is कि राहुल गांधी आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट की टिप्पणी के बाद किस मुंह से एलओपी के पद पर बैठे हुए हैं? जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट स्वयं कहता है कि क्या प्रमाण है आपके पास 2000 किलोमीटर पर अतिक्रमण चाइना ने किया है, जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट खुद कहता है कि कोई भी भारतीय ऐसी बात नहीं करता, तो राहुल गांधी की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी है कि वो इस्तीफा दे। पर दुख की बात यह है कि राहुल गांधी जो है वो हमेशा एलओपी मतलब लीडर ऑफ प्रोपेगेंडा की तरह बात करते हैं, लेकर चाइना का चंदा साइन करके एमओयू वाला एजेंडा करते हैं। ये चाइना के साथ धंधा यही बन चुका है राहुल गांधी का पूरा प्रोपेगेंडा। तो इसीलिए आज राहुल गांधी को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए एलओपी पद से और अपनी नैतिक जिम्मेदारी अपनानी चाहिए। और राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार से बार बार चाइना के लिए झूठ बोलते हैं, उन्होंने बोला एक बार 1000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर, दूसरी बार 2000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर, तीसरी बार 44,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर और चौथी बार 4000 किलोमीटर। तो कौन सा आंकड़ा सही है, अभी तक राहुल गांधी बता नहीं पाए। आज मेरा आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि कांग्रेस के नेताओं से पूछिए कि क्या उनको एम्बैरसमेंट होती है कि नहीं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता इतना झूठ बोलते हैं और ये एलओपी बने बैठे हैं। केवल इस मामले में महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव के वैसे में भी इलेक्शन कमीशन पर झूठ, आपको याद होगा कि रफाल को लेकर झूठ बोला, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फटकार लगाई, सावरकर को लेकर झूठ बोला, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फटकार लगाई। इसके बाद उन्होंने पेगासस को लेकर, एचएएल को लेकर, एसबीआई को लेकर, एलआईसी को लेकर झूठ पे झूठ। ये राजनीति के पिनोकियो है। यू नो हु इज पिनोकियो? ही वाज एन इटालियन whose nose used to grow longer and longer when he used to lie. This Rahul Gandhi is the modern day Pinocchio of Indian politics.
Also, Shehzad, what's even more shocking is the fact that Udit Raj has said that the Supreme Court's observations are biased. They're casting aspersions on the topmost court as well now.
देखिए, उदित राज जो है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट से भी ज्यादा सुप्रीम है. He is most supreme court. तो इसीलिए उदित राज can have the liberty of commenting even on the constitutional body like Supreme Court. Look, there is a pattern now. They abuse the Supreme Court. They abuse the Election Commission. The same Udit Raj and Congress ecosystem, they were dancing on the Supreme Court's verdict on electoral bond. They were dancing when the Supreme Court gave the verdict in Chandigarh case. They were dancing when Supreme Court made some comment on Nishikant Dubey. But today they are saying Supreme Court kya hai? Supreme Court kaun hai? These people, and forget everything else. Recently the lie made by Rahul Gandhi on Arun Jaitley ji, for which even Rohan Jaitley has come out and said that my father had passed away and you are saying that he has come and given you dhamki on farm laws. And it is such a shameful act that even on a person who is now no more with us, and a gentleman of the highest order who never threatened even his worst enemies, you are saying this kind of things. So Rahul Gandhi is the perennial Pinocchio of Indian politics.
Right, Shehzad, thank you for joining us on this broadcast. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Tanisha as well. Tanisha, this is a pattern that the BJP claims is very, very prevalent with Rahul Gandhi. Every single time he comes out with a statement with no substantial backing. And the Supreme Court has also called him out. PM Modi has called it childish. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely, Deepak. Let's start from the top where the key NDA meeting, remember, comes also in the time when there is logjam in the parliament, when the Supreme Court has rebuked Rahul Gandhi, has disapproved his statement, to be precise and be politically correct there. Now, there are 5 key points that the Prime Minister had made while addressing the Member of Parliaments of the NDA. The first one, of course, being 6 years of the abrogation of Article 370. Other one being on the completion of Ram Mandir, on ending Naxalism. And again, like you said, it was on the success of Operation Sindoor, on how India will time and again give a befitting reply to Pakistan if they try to act anything like they have done in the past as well. And then he also spoke about the Supreme Court disapproving Rahul Gandhi's statement on the Galwan clash. Now, what's the main news point here, Deepak, like you were saying as well, is about the Supreme Court, who has pulled up and reprimanded Rahul Gandhi yesterday for speaking words that are against the armed forces. Priyanka Gandhi, meanwhile, has come out in support of her brother. That was very expected. What we also learn now is the Prime Minister has also taken up the matter. He's addressed the Member of Parliament regarding this. He said that by doing and insulting the armed forces, Rahul Gandhi is doing nothing but just hitting the axe on his foot. And he's been insulting the armed forces. He's spreading a false narrative by our armed forces. And this is a sentiment that has been echoed not just by the Prime Minister, Deepak, that has been echoed by the nation as well, that at a point in time when India is fighting bravely with our armed forces, be it in the Galwan clashes, be it with Pakistan, how is it that the Member of Parliament, from supposedly to be one of the biggest opposition party, is coming out doubting our own forces, demanding proof every now and then? That is one of the biggest news point that we have from the NDA meeting. The other big news point is also NDA's resolution of Pahalgam. Remember, in the NDA meeting, the members of the NDA have taken a resolution in support of the Pahalgam attack, in support of Operation Sindoor, and in support of Operation Mahadev. Several key points that are also coming out of that is Prime Minister has said that India will never differentiate between the ones sponsoring terror and those are the masterminds of terror. He's also said to the NDA MPs that no matter what comes, India will not bow down in front of anybody, and India will never be threatened by a nuclear blackmail, thereby sending a very strong message to the world. Deepak.
Right, Tanisha, thank you for joining me. Let's now move on, viewers, because the Kashmir Valley is experiencing a cultural revival, and this after the abrogation of Article 370. After almost 6 years, here's how the situation is in the valley.
After decades of violence that forced cinemas to shut down in the 1990s, the Kashmir Valley is witnessing a resurgence of cinematic culture with theatres reopening. This revival, following the abrogation of 370, symbolizes a normalcy and a step towards the Naya Kashmir. The reopening of cinemas not only reflects improved security, but also marks a cultural reclaiming, offering a glimmer of hope and change in the region's public life.
Things have changed in the Kashmir Valley after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A. We have seen in the Kashmir Valley, if we'll talk about the 90s, during the insurgency, we have seen that the cinemas were shut forcefully by the various terror groups across the Kashmir Valley. But after the abrogation of Article 370, we have seen that these cinemas are back in the Kashmir Valley. And you can see here in the visuals, if my Vijay can pan camera to from this very side, and you can see the beautiful structure here in the Central Kashmir, Srinagar. Also, the same kind of structures have been established at the various districts in the Kashmir Valley. This all comes after the abrogation of Article 370 in the Kashmir Valley, where you can see the people from the various walks are coming to here to watch the movies. In fact, if we'll talk about the insurgency during the 90s, we have seen these cinemas were shut forcefully by the various terror groups, but we have seen a change in the Kashmir Valley. There is also improvement in the Kashmir Valley. There is no stone pelting, there is no hartals, and there is no other unrest in the Kashmir Valley. In fact, the change is visible in the Kashmir Valley. The same kind of cinemas are also have been established at the various locations in the Kashmir Valley where the people are enjoying the cinema life once again. We have already seen during the 90s the cinemas were shut at that time, but this time we have seen that the people are enjoying the peaceful lives in the Kashmir Valley. With video journalist Goswami, this is Rawat Behraj from Ground Zero, Srinagar, Kashmir.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you all the details of the NDA's parliamentary meeting. First parliamentary meeting after Operation Sindoor. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage, the R4 Sports and Republic TV. Good luck.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो कुतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact,
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and Donald Trump's threats of fresh tariffs has not gone too well with India. India says we will protect our self-interest and our national interest above all. Strong message being sent from India to Donald Trump. We have a much more lined up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. On the success of Operation Sindoor, PM Modi is being felicitated by the NDA MPs. Prime Minister Modi takes on Rahul Gandhi, says Supreme Court reprimanded him for childish comments. Russia response to Trump's tariffs escalation, says sanctions will not stop global shift. Security breach at Red Fort. 5 Bangladeshi nationals held for forcibly trying to enter premises ahead of Independence Day. Anil Ambani summoned in rupees 17,000 crore loan fraud case. He arrives at ED headquarters. BSF busts major terror hideout in North Kashmir since Kupwara. 12 Chinese grenades and Chinese pistols have been recovered. Viewers, getting you some updates coming in on US President Trump saying that he will substantially raise tariffs on India over Russian oil purchases. Congress has now said that the India-US friendship has proven to be very expensive. This is coming in as we see that the Congress is making some comments on the India-US friendship, saying that it's proved to be very, very expensive. And what happened to Trump and Modi's bond? The party has claimed that the India-US relationship has likely worsened. That is right, viewers. India responds very strongly already to Trump's tariff escalation. But the Congress is making these comments as India has shown the US that India will not compromise with its national interest. Let's go ahead, viewers, and play out exactly what the Congress has to say.
प्रधानमंत्री का विशेष रिश्ता है राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के साथ, पुराने मित्र है, माय फ्रेंड डोनाल्ड, माय फ्रेंड नरेंद्र मोदी, ये सब दावे किए जाते थे ना, और उसका नतीजा देखिए, धमकियां दी जा रही हैं, 25% से ऊपर टैरिफ लगाया जा रहा है, हमें धमकी दी जा रही है कि रूस से आप तेल मत खरीदिए। ये दोस्ती बहुत कीमती निकली ना, प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब देना चाहिए। बिल्कुल साफ हो गया है कि हमारे रिश्ते जो अमेरिका के साथ बहुत बिगड़े गए हैं।
Now, viewers, remember that PM Modi has given a very strong worded statement in response to US President Trump's fresh tariff warning. In a statement issued by the Ministry of External Affairs, the government has stated that it has been targeted by the US and EU over its purchase of Russian oil. Early on Monday, Donald Trump took to Truth Social, his social media platform, and warned of more tariffs on India for its purchase of Russian oil and military products amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. And viewers, let's go ahead and see what Jaishankar had to say about this.
Right, they charge us 52%. You have to.
We live in complicated and uncertain times. Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalance. But I want to say this to you: obtaining respect and ensuring dignity for societies can also be achieved through cultural progress, especially through cultural progress. In that context, traditions are of particular value because ultimately they define identity. We must be assured about what we are if we want to be confident about shaping the future. For nations like us, traditions are truly a great source of strength. So let me, in conclusion, thank ICCR and thank Team MEA for organizing this event. On your behalf, I would like to thank all the participants, the performers who have come from all the BIMSTEC countries. And once again, I wish you all a very, very enjoyable day.
All right, being joined right now by Ambassador Suresh Goel, a former diplomat joining us here at Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Goel. You know, I just want to ask you and your perspective on what India is telling the US, indirectly, of course, that India will not be bullied, India will not be pushed around, India will not be dominated by nations like US, the G7 nations like the United States. Yes.
Look, India has never been put under pressure by these kind of threats, not now, not in the past, and I don't think there is any question of India compromising on its national interests under pressure from any country, whether it is the USA or your European Union, you name any country, or China, whoever it is. We don't act under pressure. We basically act to defend and to protect and to promote our national interest. Therefore, yesterday what the Prime Minister said, and then what the EM Jaishankar said at the BIMSTEC program inauguration. I was there at the ICCR at that time, this opening, and he's absolutely correct in saying what he is, because the USA is buying stuff from Russia. They are buying uranium, they are buying palladium. European Union is buying energy from Russia, and if they were buying petroleum products from India, they were buying basically because India had the excess refining capacity, and therefore they were buying all that oil, the petroleum, etc. from India. Nobody does trade only because it's politically motivated. Trade is a simple matter of economic interest, where you find the best price, what you need, what you don't need. It is simply that, really. And nobody can change that. I have just one suggestion to make, if I can. I know that I'm on a TV channel. Diplomacy is normally conducted in the quieter areas of the meeting rooms. Because the problem is that when you actually let the other side know your mind and what you are aware of and what you can do and what you can't do, you're compromising on your negotiating tactics, not on the position, not the bottom line. We know that. But negotiations is often the art of really coming to the bottom line and achieve the maximum. And number two, with a person like Trump, who already is so volatile, and ultimately we have to negotiate with his team. So there's no point really creating those hard lines openly. I would say that let the media fight that position in open, let them do it, and let our political leadership do it in the meeting rooms. But yes, the position is safe, we have our interest, and certainly if we need oil from Russia, there is nothing that can stop us from buying oil or doing trade with Russia for all that anything. And lastly, the history has proved that Russia actually is a more durable and sustainable friend than USA has been. We can never be sure about the USA positions. There was a small period when Bush and Biden were there, and we could be sure about what they were saying, or Clinton. But with Trump, certainly not.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And, Mr. Goel, before I let you go, I also want you to comment a little bit more on exactly what India has said. India is saying that EU and US are playing a double game, double standards. They said that EU and US are themselves having a trade relationship with Moscow, with Russia. So what makes them so confident to tell India what to do?
They should not. They should not be saying it. That's a point I was making, that European Union is buying energy from Russia. Today, if Germany could not buy gas from Russia, their industry would be doomed. Today, if USA were to stop buying uranium from Russia,
काम करने का तरीका नहीं होता। मैंने कई बार कहा, ओ मैडम जी सुन लीजिए, मैंने इन लोगों को कई बार कहा 40 साल से ज्यादा ऑपोजिशन में रहा हूं, कुछ मेरे से ट्यूशन ले लो, मैं बता दूंगा ऑपोजिशन कैसे करना आता है। अभी नए नए हो, अभी तो 10 ही साल हुए हैं, अभी तो 10 ही साल हुए हैं, अभी 30-40 साल रहना है, मेरे से ट्यूशन ले लो, मैं बताऊंगा आपको ऑपोजिशन कैसे होती है। दूसरी बात, जो माननीय लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने कहा कि डिस्टर्बेंस करना, ये अरुण जेटली जी ने कहा था, मैं फिर कहता हूं डिस्टर्बेंस के बहुत से तरीके हैं, इसलिए हमसे ट्यूशन ले लो। लेकिन इन डेमोक्रेसी अगर आप लाठी भांजे और आपकी लाठी मेरे नाक को लगे तो योर डेमोक्रेसी एंड्स वेयर माय नोज स्टार्ट्स। और इसलिए मैं बोलना चाहता हूं कि इनकी डेमोक्रेसी वहां समाप्त हो जाती है जब वो अपने स्थान को छोड़ करके किसी व्यक्ति को जिसको बोलने का अधिकार है रूलिंग पार्टी में, उसको डिस्टर्ब करते हैं, उसके बगल में नारे लगाते हैं। ये अनडेमोक्रेटिक भी है। दिस इज नॉट डिस्टर्बेंस, दिस इज एनार्किज्म, और ये एनार्किज्म करने की कोशिश करते हैं, इसको हमको समझना चाहिए। तीसरी बात आपने डिस्टर्बेंस के विषय के बारे में कहा, और जो आपने बाद में ऑब्जर्वेशंस दी हैं, वो ऑब्जर्वेशंस बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, जिसको हमको सदा सदा के लिए ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। एनी पर्सन हु इज इन द हाउस टू मेंटेन डिसिप्लिन एंड डेकोरम बाय द ऑर्डर ऑफ द चेयर इज ए मार्शल। ही इज नॉट एनी मेंबर ऑफ एनी paramilitary forces. He is considered to be a marshal and that is why he is here. तकलीफ इनको इस बात की है कि इन्होंने डिसिप्लिन को जब लागू आपने किया तो इनको जो एनार्किज्म करने का छूट थी उसको आपने रोक लगाया। उसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। और साथ ही जो ऑब्जर्वेशंस आपने दी हैं वो ऑब्जर्वेशंस बहुत सही हैं, हिस्टोरिकल है, रेफरेंस के काम आएंगी और आगे वो रेफरेंस पॉइंट बनेंगे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
माननीय सदस्यगण, कास्टिंग एस्पिरेशन ऑन चेयर विल नॉट गो ऑन रिकॉर्ड एज पर रूल्स। तिरुचि जी, हाँ, आप अपनी सीट पे गो बैक टू योर सीट्स। तिरुचि जी विल स्पीक, नो प्रॉब्लम।
सर, first of all, sir, I humbly request you to give a patient hearing. For more than half an hour, you have made some observations which have gone on record and to the people. This is the Council of States. Different political parties are here. We should also be heard, sir. When an issue has come up, at least a point of order must be accorded. Leader of opposition spoke. The leader of House also spoke. He said that he has got democratic right. We too have democratic right. Sir, so we must be also
that are given to you.
Sir, whatever observations you have made, we have got our reservation. That is entirely different. What the leader of opposition gave a letter was that the other day you call the leader of the House very rightly said they are considered to be marshals. They are not the dedicated security forces of the parliament who were here earlier. They have all been out. These are some other forces which are now named as marshals. That is different, sir. Sir, let me remind you. You said the rules of this house was laid down by the great Vittal Bhai Patel.
No, not rules, sir. I told this marshal and security service was started by.
Sir, I would like to recall, sir. Vittal Bhai Patel was the chairperson of this house once. In the Central Legislative Assembly, the day after Bhagat Singh threw the bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly, the next day, the security forces trooped in. He said, who allowed you to govern? He told the home minister, then the called home member, either you send them or you go out. That is what he has laid down, Vittal Bhai Patel. Sir, let me tell, sir. Yes. As leader of the House very rightly said, Mr. Arun Jetli, who has been the leader of the House, the leader of the opposition, part and parcel of democracy is disruption of the parliament. When I said, give me a patient here. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Why the opposition parties are agitating, sir? We are asking for a discussion. Maybe on any issue. the ruling party should come to the chamber in a BAC or something. They should also say we are prepared for a discussion. The parliament is meant for debate, deliberation and decision. Whereas there is no debate means we are insisting for a debate. So when we are raising our voice, we are being interpreted outside that the opposition parties are disrupting the house.
Thank you.
And that time, sir, why those people should make a CGI? Why should they group into really an indignity to the members of parliament? We consider it as an insult, sir. Why you should be treated? He never attempted to do anything out of the way. Undemocratic. Why was it treated like that, sir? Who allowed them to come inside? Sir, you are the authority of the house. Mr. Thank you, man. No. You are the authority. Whose permission they came here? Did you order for them to come into the hall of the house? Did they troop into the red?
No, at 2 p.m. It's not.
All right, viewers. So week 3 of the Parliament monsoon session, a huge showdown once again that we can see there, and we see that disruptions have once again led to adjournments once again. And remember that a short while back we saw a lot of debate over Mallikarjun Kharge's statement where he had objected to the presence of security personnel in the well of the house, and he had been charging. He was charging that the opposition MPs were being prevented from raising the issue. So we just heard top leaders there, JP Nadda there, speak on that issue. The Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 p.m. already, and Rajya Sabha has also been adjourned as well, viewers. So there are some back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where we see once again a big spar in the upper house over Congress's CISF personnel and Rajya Sabha claim. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. The bus services across Karnataka were severely disrupted as transport workers began an indefinite strike over pending salaries and wage revision demands. Despite a High Court stay order, unions proceeded, leaving thousands of commuters stranded. The state invoked ESMA, deployed private buses and urged IT firms to allow work from home. In a push for providing skill to empower girl students in a joint collaboration of administration and we see a free residential courses being now conducted at the Livelihood College in Dashpur at Chhattisgarh. It will be providing skill training in the field of software programming, graphic design, finance, business management and education to the girl students who have passed 12th. The horrific incident due to intense rainfall in Jhansi, a two-story building it has collapsed. A total of 4 workers trapped and the condition of 2 workers is critical. Attempt to rob an ATM machine in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar in Maharashtra. The thieves tried to break the ATM machine of SBI ATM by pulling it with the help of Thar. Now, the incident was caught on CCTV cameras and that was installed in the cabin were also damaged. Attempts were also made to open the cover of the ATM with a screwdriver. After a landslide occurred, 4 workers were trapped under the debris. Now, the rescue operations were launched by the PMRDA Fire Brigade and the NDRF. 3 workers have been rescued, but 1 worker succumbed to injuries. And viewers, Delhi police have said that they have arrested 5 Bangladeshi illegal immigrants and launched an investigation. All of them are illegal immigrants, police said, adding that they tried to forcibly enter the Red Fort premises. Now, the age of all of them is between 20 to 25 years of age, and they work as laborers in Delhi. The police have recovered some Bangladeshi documents from them. Currently, they are being interrogated, police said. Let's go ahead and play out this report.
लाल किले में अवैध रूप से घुसपैठ करने वाले 5 बांग्लादेशियों को दिल्ली पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार किया और 5 से जब पूछताछ की गई तो रात में 6ठे बांग्लादेशी को भी दिल्ली पुलिस ने पकड़ा। तस्वीरें आप यहां पर देख रहे हैं, ये 6 अवैध रूप से भारत में आए बांग्लादेशी हैं जिनको अब डिपोर्ट करने का जो काम है वो संभवतः दिल्ली पुलिस द्वारा किया जा रहा है। 15 अगस्त को लेकर लाल किले पर तमाम तैयारियां हैं। उसी चेकिंग के दौरान 5 जो अवैध रूप से बांग्लादेशी भारत में आए थे वो लाल किले के अंदर घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। चेकिंग उनकी की गई, जब जांच पड़ताल की गई क्योंकि संदिग्ध ये पुलिस कर्मियों को वहां पर दिखे, और जब जांच की गई तो पता लगा पूछताछ में इनके पास से कुछ ऐसे दस्तावेज मिले जो कि बांग्लादेश से थे, और जिसके बाद इन सभी 5 को गिरफ्तार किया गया, पकड़ा गया। और उसके बाद जब इनसे पूछताछ की गई तो इनके एक और साथी के बारे में भी जानकारी मिली। हालांकि अब एफआरओ के जरिए इनको डिपोर्ट करने का जो काम है वो किया जा रहा है, लेकिन इसी बीच लाल किले की सिक्योरिटी को लेकर भी कई सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि मल्टीपल लेयर सिक्योरिटी 15 अगस्त को देखते हुए लाल किले पर है, लेकिन दिल्ली में अवैध रूप से बांग्लादेशी और उनकी मूवमेंट लाल किले के पास होना कहीं ना कहीं जांच का दायरा और भी ज्यादा बढ़ा रही है। और यही कारण है कि मल्टीपल इन्वेस्टिगेशन, इंटेरोगेशन इन 6 लोगों की जा रही है। ना सिर्फ दिल्ली पुलिस बल्कि सेंट्रल एजेंसीज भी इनसे पूछताछ कर रही है, ताकि असल मकसद क्या था ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि तकरीबन 3 महीने पहले ये दिल्ली आए, लेबर का काम करते हैं, लेकिन इनके पास से बांग्लादेशी के डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिलना और सेंट्रल एजेंसीज भी इनसे पूछताछ कर रही है ताकि कहानी क्या है इसके बारे में जानकारी जुटाई जा सके।
Much coming up, viewers. Anil Ambani summoned in rupees 17,000 crore loan fraud case. He arrives at ED headquarters.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
कुछ आवाज
And viewers, tensions have sharply escalated between India and the United States following critical remarks by US President Trump over India's oil imports from Russia. The controversy rooted in energy trade dynamics amid the ongoing Ukraine conflict has drawn strong responses from both the sides, with India firmly defending its policy decisions and exposing what it terms as Western double standards. Here's more to the story.
Tensions have escalated between India and the United States over the oil imports from Russia, with strong words exchanged on both sides. In a scathing post on social media, US President Donald Trump accused India of purchasing massive quantities of Russian oil and then reselling it on the open market for profit. Trump wrote, "India doesn't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by Russian war machine." Citing this, Trump announced that he will be substantially raising tariffs on Indian goods entering the United States. In response, the government of India issued a firm statement rejecting the allegations and defending its trade policies. India clarified that its imports from Russia began only after traditional energy supplies were diverted to Europe due to the Ukraine conflict, a move initially supported by the US to stabilize global energy markets. India further asserted that its imports are purely driven by the national interest, ensuring affordable and predictable energy for its citizens, unlike the nations now levelling accusations. The statement pointed out that the European Union had a bilateral trade of 67.5 billion euros with Russia in 2024. along with 17.2 billion euros in services the year prior, far exceeding India's total trade with Moscow. India also noted that US imports from Russia continue in sensitive sectors including uranium for nuclear power, palladium for electric vehicles, and a range of chemicals and fertilizers. Calling the criticism hypocritical and unjustified, the government concluded that India will take all necessary steps to safeguard its national interests and economic security.
News a day after US and Donald Trump threatened to substantially raise tariffs on goods from India over its purchase of Russian oil. Russia has now hit back in a fiery statement. The Kremlin has accused Washington of trying to rewrite global rules through brute economic force. Take a look.
US President Donald Trump has once again stirred controversy, threatening to impose heavy tariffs on India for buying cheap Russian oil and reselling it. Russia has now hit back, calling the US threats an example of neo-colonial bullying. Moscow says India is being punished for simply prioritizing its own energy security. Kremlin spokesperson Maria Zakharova said history won't wait for tariffs. She added that the world is changing and that Washington can no longer dictate global affairs. Russia also praised India's independent foreign policy, saying energy cooperation between sovereign nations cannot be dictated by Western powers. The message from Moscow is loud and clear. The age of sanctions and threats is fading, and multipolar partnerships like India-Russia are here to stay.
And viewers, taking a short break, but we will be going ahead. Indian Army issue statement takes a dig at US for supplying arms to Pakistan. Plus, Prime Minister Modi takes on Rahul Gandhi. He says Supreme Court reprimanded him for childish comments.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Top of the hour, we'll get you details about the NDA meeting and a resolution that was passed on Operation Sindoor. And other than that, Rahul Gandhi was also mentioned for his childish remarks on the Galwan clash and the statement that he also gave. We'll get you more updates on this. First up, the headlines. On the success of Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister felicitated by NDA MPs. Prime Minister Modi takes on Rahul Gandhi, says Supreme Court reprimanded him for the childish comments. Russia responds to Donald Trump's tariff escalation, says sanctions will not stop the global shift. Security breach at Red Fort. 5 Bangladeshi nationals held for forcibly trying to enter premises ahead of the Independence Day celebration. Anil Ambani summoned in 17,000 crore loan fraud case. He has arrived at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters here in the national capital. BSF busts major terror hideout in North Kashmir, Kupwara. 12 Chinese grenades, Chinese pistols have also been recovered. Let's start with the breaking news coming in. As far as the Indian Army's comment on US is concerned, the Eastern Command of the Indian Army has shared an old newspaper clip from 1971 that discusses how the US has been arming Pakistan for decades in the build-up for the 1971 war. An old newspaper clip that we will just show you on the screen, dated August 5th, 1971, was shared by the Eastern Command, showing how US government has been supplying arms to Pakistan for decades. And this is what, in fact, there on the screen, you can see that this is, in fact, an old article dated 5th August 1971 that has been shared by Indian Army, slamming Pakistan and also slamming the United States for supplying arms to Pakistan back in 1971. And this, in a way, has exposed United States for its claim that India is funding the Russia war. And now look how they also, in fact, when it comes to 1971 war, how they were supplying arms worth $2 billion that was shipped to Pakistan. And they've been doing this since 1954. And we're learning as through this article that helicopters, submarines and arms were supplied to Pakistan by the United States in 1971 as well. And this is how Indian Army has countered the US claim recently that how India is funding the Russia war. Let me go across to Major Samar Paltur. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. We showed our viewers the article that has been shared by the Indian Army in which they have countered US because recently United States has said that how India is funding the Russian war, and now countering that, as you can see on the screen, we have posted how US supplied arms to Pakistan in 1971 war. Your first reaction?
I mean, Akansha, if you can really see the sinister designs of the United States, that they selected an unstable country like Pakistan, which was harboring terrorism. It was siding with a country which had a dictatorship telltale signs. And despite all that, they sidelined the democracy. The largest democracy in the world was sidelined, and they chose to side with Pakistan. As a result, today, Pakistan has a fleet of F-16 fighter aircrafts. They have 12 Bell AHZ Viper attack helicopters. They have Cobra attack helicopters. They have the Bradley armored personal carriers. And they also have in the 71 war, they had the American tanks, the Patton tanks. So that is what is worrying, that it is amply clear that which side the US is taking and what is the priority for the USA. So at the moment, I think it is really wise for Indian government not to place any order for the F-35s, and also if they are going to go ahead with the deal, they should ask for the total transfer. If they do not do it, we cannot be held at ransom of the American women. We do not want to get blackmailed. We do not want to get entangled into the military complex, industrial complex of the United States of America. It's a dirty politics. They have been, supplying South American democracies these weapons and creating an atmosphere of instability just to get in a government that will favor the American industrial complex, the defense industrial complex. So keeping all these things in mind, it is imperative that what the Eastern Command has said is a reflection of America's priority and mindset and design, and it will be wise for India to take a neutral stand on it. And we have our own say in it. We are
All right, we'll try and connect that line once again with Major Samarpal Tur. But there on the screen, we'll again show you that article from 1971 that has been shared by Indian Army in a way slamming United States for, on one hand, saying that India is funding the Russia war. And here, look at the United States. In 1971, they supplied, in fact, $2 billion worth of arms to Pakistan. And they've been doing that since 1954. So Indian Army, they're calling out the double standard of the United States. And this is, in fact, a news article that has been shared by Indian Army going on to say how US supplied arms worth $2 billion to Pakistan since 1954. All right, let me once again go back to Major Samarpal Tur. Sir, would you agree that now double standards of United States has been called out? Yesterday, MEO also said that on one hand, US is saying that India is funding the Russia-Ukraine war, and on the other side, they're also importing a lot of things from Russia as well, but they are hitting out just specifically at India when it comes to trading with Russia. How do you react to that as well?
Basically, you see, you cannot have both sides of the coin to yourself. You have to create a balance. If they are doing trade with the Russians, they got to open the same door for other countries. Why are the Indians only being discriminated? Why is India the only country, the largest democracy in the world, which is being put under pressure by the Americans that you will not do trade with the Russians? As far as yesterday's the government statement is concerned, the government is made it amply clear and called out the hypocrisy of the Americans by giving a proper statistical data in terms of the American trade with the Russians and the European trade with the Russians. So when it comes to India, they are very insecure because of our economy doing very well at the time of crisis. And I think the need of the hour, what Prime Minister Modi has been stressing upon, is make in India. We have to be self-reliant, self-sufficient. That is one of the major reasons why Iran today is able to counter US narrative and is able to secure its own borders and land against the Americans. So it is high time that the world takes a notice of it. And another factor which is fueling this attitude in US is the de-dollarization. The de-dollarization by BRICS. Because you see, the Indian economy, the fourth largest economy in the world, but since 2013, the rupee is becoming weaker against the dollar. It is 83 rupees to $1. And we are also a growing economy. So I really fail to understand how come the dollar remains at a dominating position and strong despite our economy being the fourth largest in the world. So I think enough of being by the American economic policies. And it is time that we look towards Africa and Asia, where we can enhance our trade and not be dependent only on this one nation, which is putting unnecessary pressure on the other democracies of the world.
So point by point
Akansha.
expose of United States by the Indian Army there on your screen. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. But let me get you more details as far as this expose of United States is concerned. In fact, Indian Army has shown mirror to the United States, calling them out for first of all claiming how India is funding the Russia-Ukraine war. And on the other side, look at this article from 5th August 1971. Indian Army has exposed United States, going on to say that they were supplying arms to Pakistan since 1954. And this is the article on your screen from 1971, 5th of August, in which now Indian Army has slammed United States. They have taken to social media to share this clip from 1971, showing mirror to United States how they were in fact funding the war when it comes to 1971 war. And there on the screen, you can see that is the article from 5th of August 1971, how US arms worth $2 billion was supplied to Pakistan since 1954. All right, so we just a while spoke to the expert there, and he also mentioned how this is the double standard of, in fact, United States. On one hand, they are saying that India is funding Russia-Ukraine war, and look at how what they did back in 1971 as well. And when it comes to MEA's point-by-point rebuttal yesterday as well, when it comes to the trade deal, US said that India is funding Russia war by taking the oil from Russia, and yesterday how MEA gave a point-by-point rebuttal on that as well. Let me go across to my colleague Kruthat, who joins us live from the newsroom. Kruthat, we've been showing our viewers this news report from 1971, how now, years later, Indian Army has shown mirror to United States, calling out their double standard. Give us more details on this.
Indeed, Akansha, and it is a massive development because in the manner in which there are clear double standards here involved by the US, and particularly this is coming straight from the White House, this sudden conscience that the US president has developed over the oil and energy prices, and it's particularly India buying cheaper oil from Russia, is increasingly surprising. And this interestingly comes just a couple of weeks after the meeting was held in Scotland, where the EU chief Ursula von der Leyen had met US President Donald Trump. Perhaps those discussions would have played a role in it, because remember, it was Ursula von der Leyen's meeting, the EU president's meeting with US President Donald Trump, had also come just a week after the initial tariffs were levied by EU, where a cap was set on the Russian energy prices. So it seems that in the concerted efforts of pulling Putin back to the negotiations table, this entire energy crisis is now emerging as a larger bargaining or negotiation tactic. So it is larger to be seen on whether it is completely a bilateral issue between India or United States, or India is just caught in the crossfire of the larger Cold War era-ish restart of this matrix, where the EU and the NATO combined together along with the United States is trying to counterbalance India against Russia in this situation, and they are trying to strong-arm India here. And we have seen in the sequence of replies that we saw initially and the escalation matrix that the MEA has strategically carried out. Initially, it was a very resolute response. We saw Union Minister Piyush Goyal also deliver a very standard message in a very stern voice that we will look after our national interests first. Subsequently, today we have, if you see in the MEA's reply yesterday, we particularly called out the European Union and the hypocrisy of the European Union in terms of the imports that they are getting. $15 to $16 billion worth of energy and other imports coming from Russia. What leverage do they have to question India's energy security here? Now, time and again, the Ministry of Petroleum has maintained that India's energy security remains a national security issue, and we have diversified supply chains. So it is not that India's supply of Russian oil is going to have a larger impact on the domestic markets. Right now, the entire battleground is on how EU was in fact purchasing the same refined oil from Russia in India because of the same OPEC plus rules that are framed by the same stakeholders. So it is a complete state of chaos in the West,